Hey, let me grab my coffee and I think we'll be ready. Uh, so first thing first, and I can't believe they still screwed this up. You have to change scroll speed to 0. It's a very slow scroll speed because the game only allows you to change it to 1. But, so like whenever I click anything in OBS, the screen's going to be scrolling to the right because I moved the mouse to the right. Now I have a script to disable that, but we're not using that. I'll try to show you how to do it manually. So, not a lot to see. Well, interestingly, I didn't open it up in the right place before. But it's pretty easy to find. As you go to Documents, Paradox, EU4, 5, EU5. It's been years since I played EU4. It's surprising I have any kind of habit of saying EU4 still. The tween has been filled by a bunch of Crusader Kings. In Paradox settings, JSON. Somewhere near the bottom is scroll speed. I'll set up a Python script to do this as an auto run every time before I play, apparently. As I said, they were supposed to know better than that. The loading is heavy. I expect it to interrupt our frame rate. Yeah, drop to 11. Hard to tell, but I'm wondering if it's going to interrupt the stream processing. Well, actually, that'll be mostly later. We gotta start a new game. Ready? You ready? I'm ready. Ish. As ready as I can be. Inbound, a lot of learning. As you know, as a holistic learner, that can take me a while. Holistic learning is when you don't really learn in parts. Once you understand everything, you understand everything. But until then, it's more like I'm blocked from knowing anything because my mind is preoccupied with contingencies. So what if this, what if this, what if this, and I know everything about that's all filled in with no idea, no idea, no idea. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like doubling down on the what you don't knows. Game resources are loaded. Now that disappears after a second though. Alright. And there was some tutorial mode that I did not, I mean, I edited the graphic settings and stuff, but that's still the start date apparently. April 1st? You start on April Fool's Day? Okay. Do I want to read the introduction? Why is it there? Why is it there? People that never played before? People that didn't read the description to the game that they're buying? EU5 is a deep historical grand strategy game about the fate of nations. It's about the birth of nations too. The struggle of nations during the late Middle Ages and early modern period as they vie for global power through war, diplomacy, colonization, and social and economic change. If you are new to Europa Universalis and its mechanics, we suggest selecting one of the recommended countries. Or, if you are already an experienced world leader, sorry, I don't think Trump is sitting down to play this. Yes, I'm a very experienced world leader. You want to skip the tutorial, click to select any country. Anyway. And I did peruse this. I don't know. Just what I expect. We go for something slightly easy. And a big part of the most interesting part of this game is the exploration of the New World aspect. I learned that you can start in a new world. But anyway, so it's Castile. You could try that with Naples. I also thought Naples, for our bad playthrough, is boring. You just get pushed off of Italy by Italy, and your navy gets killed by the Ottomans. Hungary's a little too Asian feeling for me. Be fine. Just I don't think that's exactly where you want to start. My bad. Alternate economy, fine. But, you know, in Norway, that's tame. But I mean, we're just going to go with Castile. You know, over-explain. Country focus. Crown of Castile. King Alfonso XI, the Avenger, rules Castile without much international opposition after establishing his dominance over the kingdom's nobility. He can now turn his attention south, where the Emirate of Granada survives as the last Islamic bastion in Iberia. I want to remember that Granada is an emirate. Should be able to, but still not a name that's stuck in my head. His powerful ally, the Sultanate of Morocco. Oh, we're allied with Morocco. Think about that. Another idea of a country to play, as I just looked at the map myself, was Morocco. Morocco does have a foothold in Iberia. But that flips it on its head if he's allied with Castile. Sultanate of Morocco. Maintains a strategic position on the peninsula centered on Algeciras and Rwanda, allowing it to intervene from across the Strait of Gibraltar. And I noticed that it gives I thought it was given just a general description of, for beginner reasons, you know, it's what you might focus on. Castile focuses on expansion because they're leading colonizers. Ottomans focus on expansion because they're the largest country. in Europe. Things like that. Well, Holland economy, Hungary economy. I don't know why that would be. Naples politics, don't know. Norway politics, don't know. But those descriptions are. It's more. I think it's more. It is not just a simple description. It's something more meaningful. The game mechanic. Ours is set to expansion. Whereas Holland's is set to economy. Focus on your army and navy, declare war on your enemies, take control of your neighboring lands by force, and also expand your navy to control the seas and expand your maritime presence. Do not start. Walk to it, game start. Now, I always hated buttons like this. Is this button on or off? I think it's on. Because it's a filled in color instead of empty. But I don't know what color empty or filled is supposed to be. Yeah, exactly that. Whereas, also, you just see a box, I'd expect a check mark there, right? Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't like the artwork of the tabletop. The perspective seems to be off. There's a thing to the left of this. I don't know how to see it anymore. Next time. We'll have many hours to sit here and complain. Assimilate. This is the process where... Oh, alright. Ready. Trigger. Pops. Overcoding. Overload. What? Why would that show up today? My bandwidth is jumping all over. You know, Steam's usually limited. Huh. Let me check out on YouTube if I can. When the game's loading, I expect it to be laggy, but... I don't know, if it does get too horrible on YouTube, just please say something. Again, not when the screen's loading, I know. There's nothing we can do about that. Bad game just tries to use up 100% of your GPU, I imagine. And that's not exactly true, it's just something like that. It's horrible. I'll have to restart the stream, probably using a different Twitch server. I don't know how Restream works though. I don't know if it's taking my Twitch stream and just putting it on YouTube. Or if it's... It shouldn't matter. Yeah, no matter what, it shouldn't matter. OBS is the source. And that's what's complaining. Alright. We just read that. Do not show the agenda at the start of the game. Did I hit the button for tutorial? Yeah, that's what that little checkbox was. Oh, the pop-ups kill me at times. Takes a while to get used to. The Crown of Castile was formed through the union of its two constituent parts, the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Leon. What happened to Galicia? When they were reunited after both titles were inherited by King Fernando III, the Saint of Borgna. In 1230, a century later, King Alphonse the 11th, the Avenger de Borgogna, I'm not going to be able to say that, rules without much opposition, having overcome a troubled start to his reign following the end of a long regency under his grandmother character. Really? Alright, that's the first bug. Hate to call it a bug, you know, it's an oversight. But this is one of the tutorial countries. And I think the king's grandmother was not named character. After being able to reign in the nobility of the realm, led by his relative character, I'm in New York. And having stabilized the governance of the country, King Alfonso XI is now turning his attention to the southern border. The Nasrid Emirate of Granada continues to menace our country since the emirate became independent a century ago, backed by the powerful Marinid Sultanate of Morocco, which holds a foothold on Iberia through a petty kingdom centered on Al Jazeera, Al Qadra, Isnal Windafi, nope, I think that's an L, I can't hardly tell, Wundali, and held by Crown Prince, okay. I'm not from any place that can read these names. But what are we talking? Morocco. You're telling me more about Morocco than you are about me. That's a big bit of text here to start. His relationship with his mistress, Leonor de Guzman, and his children have a relationship with his king's rightful wife, Maria de Borgna, daughter of King Alfonso the fourth. Huh. With the latter surviving apart from the king, the rift in the royal family now leaves the looming question of just who will succeed him when he passes. Whatever. Starting advice for Castilile. Oh. We're not going to be reading that much. I'll just have to start skipping stuff. It's way too much. I think that's only one category of a few. Build roads from our capital. Okay, I didn't know there were roads in the game. Locations without control are virtually useless. Build roads and bridges from our capital to increase our proximity and therefore control. Check the proximity map mode frequently. Where was our capital? I don't know where that is. Valladolid? Valladolid. Something. Don't remember ever hearing on that one. Subjugate Granada. Even if we were in a position to own their land very effectively. Great state. A little funny that you can't tell when you're zoomed in at this level that that's Granada. Of course, we knew where it was. We can make Granada our subject. Oh, even if we are not in a position to own their land, we can make them our subject. They would rule the land on our behalf and pay tribute to our treasury. We can consider annexing them once our infrastructure and technology have developed enough to allow owning the land directly. In order to annex a subject, we need to have ruled over them for more than 10 years and enjoy good relations with them. Sounds like a plan. Plus ultra. What? Why give a subject heading that's meaningless? Plus ultra doesn't mean anything. Explorers tell of wealth beyond measure from their expeditions to India. However, embarking in such enterprises without the most modern advances may prove ludicrously expensive endeavor. Alright. Say alright, but what's the first one? Oh, build roads. Wants roads, it wants Granada, it wants India. Which of course we get confused and head west to try to get to India. Pops demanding goods. Okay, so there we go again. Pops. Pops is a group of people of the same social class, religion, and culture. They have needs for various goods, and their pop satisfaction impacts the location they live in. They straight up, I hate that we got to use the little nickname pops rather than saying populations. It's unsophisticated. Pops will try to build the goods they need for their daily lives from the market of their location. We sort of assume pops exist in many locations. The switch market. If pops are not able to buy all the goods they demand, their pop satisfaction will decrease accordingly. If pop satisfaction falls below their Oh, pop joins rebel threshold, the PJRT, famously the PJRT. Be it for goods or else, pops might start to support a rebellion against their government. I mean, I don't know, I just don't like call it a rebellion threshold, but pop join rebels threshold, pop join rebels threshold. Weird. Also, I just noticed, that's not highlighted in blue like everything else that's a tooltip. This one's highlighted in white for some reason. I can't click on either of them. Whereas this one I'm going to be able to click on. Do it. Do. Pops demand goods. Recommended action. Stability, legitimacy, estate satisfaction. This is how happy the estate is. What estate? This is how happy the estate is with how the country is currently being ruled. If this is high, the country will get some bonuses. If it is low, it will get penalties. And if low enough, will not be able to recruit army levies and naval levies from that estate. Oh, yeah. What's an estate is what I meant to ask. Special interest groups within a country. The states have a state power representing their political strength within government. State satisfaction representing how well their needs are fulfilled, state options of other countries. It's funny. It's not really an explanation of what an estate is. It is a special interest group within a country. Where is it? So it's a group of people rather than being, you know, you might more think of a manor, a territory. I'll figure it out, but that tooltip's not telling me what I wanted to know. Expand your production of demanded goods by building RGO. There, oh yes. I was joking when I made up an anagram earlier. Apparently anagrams are the way now. I didn't think that was really a thing until the late 1980s. I don't think no, we're still in 1337, not 1980. Resource gathering operations. Expand your production of demanded goods by building resource gathering operations. Each location has a raw good that is created from mines, farms, gathering operations, forestry, and hunting grounds. Each level of RGO each level of RGO can employ up to 1,000 laborers or slaves, while the maximum level depends upon development, advances, and other things. I think I probably half expected them not to include slavery in this game. Although that would be ahistorical. So I guess good to see that it's here. RGO and buildings. Import to goods from markets, spending trade capacity. Import to goods from other markets, spending trade capacity. Extra hints. Having unsatisfied pop demands is not necessarily worrying as long as pops are not rebelling. But it does not provide an overview of the health of a market. What? Not that? Is that first sentence have anything to do with the second? But it does provide an overview of the health of a market. Well, yeah, because pop demands are met by fulfilling them with goods from the market. Okay. Pop demands are only one of the factors influencing pop satisfaction. Even if all their needs are satisfied, people could still rebel for other reasons. Learn more about rebel movement in the Rebels hint. Lack of a commander. One of our units needs to have a commander appointed in order to perform adequately in battle. I do seek to be an adequate battler. Generals lead armies. Admirals would lead navies. That rings a bell now that you say that. Recommended actions. Click on the alert to select a suitable character for your unit. You generally pick the ones with the higher abilities. You can also select a unit from the map or from the outliner. I haven't looked, yeah. Okay. Would that have opened it? That's another one. It's highlighted in white, but it's not clickable. If we do not have any good character available, try training one from the military panel. You can automate the appointment of generals and admirals from the automation panel. That sounds like a good noob thing to have. I mean, I just click automate here. Well, I gotta look at the alert and stuff in first too. Extra hints: do not start a battle without a capable commander. Some characters have traits that make them even more suitable for a specific task. Some laws might put restrictions on which characters are eligible for command. Some laws might put game restrictions, like male only, I suppose. We're used to such gender laws from CK3 or CK2. If our ruler were to die before our heir comes of age, we would find ourselves under a regency, depending upon circumstances. A member of the most powerful estate will assume the reins of government. Okay. I'm remembering now, one of the later DLCs in EU4 added estates. And you always had the 3 estates? Unless there was a 4th that was occasional. But like the burgers, I don't even know. The yellow one and the red one. The burgers were the blue one. Anyway, I'm remembering now. Significantly increasing their estate power for the duration of the interregnum. There is little you can do about it other than letting time pass, and mayhap avoiding risking the lives of our ruler in needless pursuits. Unless, of course, our ruler happens to be one of the particularly incompetent kind. Possible cabinet actions. Yeah. Cabinet actions are among the most powerful tools we have in... We have to rule. I get it now. Are among the most powerful tools we have to rule our nation. It's an odd clause because we have to rule our nation is a full sentence in itself. That's not exactly what it means. Anyway, we should be using all our available cabinet seats at all times. Cabinet seats, cabinet actions. Recommended actions. Go to the government panel to see the cabinet actions available to us. Integrate province if we have newly conquered territory. Stabilize country if stability is low. Strengthen government if legitimacy is low. Diplomatic endeavors for easier diplomacy. Need to re-summarize those. Change society values if there's a particular societal value you want to pursue. Develop provinces to increase development in our most valuable provinces. Well, is that necessarily true? Is it always better to have development higher in the highest place? Or would it sometimes be prudent to have several places with a little less development? Isn't that a key choice that we are going to make along the way? I sort of think it is necessarily true. But yeah, anyway. Cabinet actions can also be used to convert other religions or assimilate other cultures. You can also automate the cabinet from the automation panel. Alright, try this again. So this is all about the cabinet actions. Stabilize country for stability. Strengthen government for legitimacy. And of course, and the others are more obvious. Societal values. Develop province. Extra hints. Characters can be appointed to the cabinet. Characters who are appointed to the cabinet will increase the estate power of their estate. New cabinet actions will unlock in later ages. Research. We should make sure our country is researching new advances at all times. Go to the Advances panel and choose the advance that suits your needs. You can also click on the empty flask icon to the right, to the top right. Well, there, I found an empty flask icon. To open the whole technology panel. If you do not feel prepared to dive into the depths of advances just yet, you can automate our research from the automation panel. That's a lot. I want to make notes of this. Now, that's the third thing they told us we could automate. And of course, that might be the easiest way to get a game going. U5 automations. There's research. There was cap cabinet actions. I remember the first one was assignment of your generals and such, but what did they call them? Commanders? That I remembered. Like I'm actually paying attention for a change. Usually I forget everything 5 minutes after I read it. When we're continuing to read other stuff, you know. Just have a limited buffer that gets filled up fast. Alright, relevant hints. Extra hints. Unused research points will be stored up to the point after which they will go to waste. You can increase our research progress by increasing our average literacy and the estate satisfaction of our clergy. Most of those words didn't process inside my head. Increasing average literacy. And the estate satisfaction of our clergy. Okay, I was thinking about that, but I didn't say it out loud. But yeah, burghers and clergy. What's the other estate? If state or two. We'll find out. Possible rivals. Rivals are countries that we publicly declare as hostile to our interests. The purpose of rivals is twofold. As a diplomatic tool, declaring rivals helps us make friends with their own enemies. As an offensive tool, we can fabricate casus belli against our rivals and intervene in war against them. Why intervene? Can we not start a war against them? I don't think I read all of that. No. Recommended actions. Observe the rivalries and alliances of our neighbors and pick the same rivals as the country you want to ally. Yeah? But beware of making too powerful enemies in the process. Oh, I don't know what map mode we just changed to, but I only just now noticed the numbers. I think those might be our states, but I really don't know. Maybe not, because it's talking about building RGOs. Can I get back to the normal map mode? Yeah, thank you. Before I get distracted. You can wait until other countries have declared their rivals before making your move. That way, you would avoid angering the wrong countries, build a spy network in order to rival in our rivals, in order to fabricate a casus belli against them. You do not need to declare all of our available rivals. Remember, you can right-click on the alert to discard it. Funny. We don't know anything about alerts yet. That might have been a better place to start. Yeah, and this is, yeah, I just, yes, please. Please laugh with me. I've been reading for half an hour, and only down here is start the learning walkthrough. We haven't even gotten to the tutorial yet. Yeah. Build a spy network in our rivals in order to fabricate a casus belli against them. That's the only reason to have spies in there? I doubt that, but that's what it says. Implies. Extra hints. You do not need to declare all of our... Right, we just did that. Right-click the alert to display. Having rivals will also allow you to be called to their wars in the opposite side. Oh, that's what I was saying about intervening in wars. But be cautious, our enemies will be able to intervene in ours as well. Well, what's... Wait. Just saying. They suddenly introduced a new term. Pointing out that enemies is not being used as a colloquial term. Enemies is a mechanic in the game. At first you were thinking they're talking about the rivals, but no, it's a new term. A country that has declared another rival will be known as the enemy of the latter. I am my rival's enemy. I am not my rival's rival? What? A country might have declared many rivals and yet have no enemies. What? Oh, yes, because we can name people the bad people. But it could happen that nobody names us. I think. If no other country has rivaled them back, right? Yeah, we get it. Ish. The odd distinction to make, but very well. No allies. Put this back up at the top. Here. An alliance is what? I should have checked before we started. What What resolution am I streaming at? We do need the full 1080p. Yes. Looks it. For a game like this. An alliance is a treaty between two countries that allows them to enter each other's wars. If we are attacked, our allies will receive a call to arms to enter the war on our side. Conversely, we should always take our enemies' allies into account when declaring a war ourselves, as they will likely get involved against us. Why does it capitalize war here? I understand they capitalize it here because it's one of the highlighted terms. But it didn't capitalize it there, but it did here. Hey, I'm just looking for consistency. And it ain't there. Recommended action. Go to the Diplomatic Actions panel. Click on Offer Alliance under Friendly Actions. You will see a list of countries willing to sign an alliance with us. Is that known to be a correct list? Is it guaranteed that they're willing to sign it? We'll find out. Some countries might need some convincing. Oh, there we go. Using the improved opinion diplomatic action will slowly gain them over. Gain them over? I believe the idiom is win them over. Just get over it, but yeah. Extra hints. Beware our allies might also call us into their own wars. Do not ally countries that are looking too vulnerable. Or we might find ourselves on the losing side of a foreign war. You can always dismiss a call to arms from our ally, but doing so will spell the end of our friendship and tarnish our diplomatic reputation for years to come. Okay. Negative balance. What, do we tell me we're starting out broke? I don't even know where our gold is. Now, and in the base game, sometimes a lot of the numbers would be wrong until the start of a month. Who knows? Negative balance. We have a negative balance. If we are not careful, this could lead to debt or even bankruptcy. I should remember, one of my most taxing runs, going where I got into severe debt, where, paying off the interest was well over half of my income. And I didn't think I was going to come back from it, but I did. I think that was Ethiopia. And that happened just as I was invading the Ottomans in northern Arabia. That's not even what I want to say. More. I don't know what area we call this. But I might call it the North Levant. I was trying to push through in here, but I just had to stop. No more money. We stopped for 100 years and pay off all our debts. I really didn't think it was possible. It was a good campaign. Just because of that happened. Go to the economy panel to see our income and expenses. You can move the sliders to raise taxes or lower costs. Ensure that all our buildings are profitable, or build more if we can support them. You can do this in the production panel. Managing or leveraging your estates can also provide significant gains in the short or long term. Be aware that the estates can also hold significant political might, and relying too heavily on them may be risky. You will find them in the government panel. Setting up profitable trades is also a great source of income. browse existing or potential trade route in the trade panel. And to be clear, we do have colonial. There's a term I'm looking for, but goals. Not goals, ambitions. That's what I was thinking of. We do have colonial ambitions, but right parallel to that is trade. So we do want to trade a lot. Extra hints, laws, reform, diplomacy, and more can also give you options to solve a negative balance. Laws, reforms, diplomacy. Reforms is laws, reforms. Reforms is the first time I've heard of this game mechanic. Okay. I can't tilt the map. Really? I can tilt the map in CK3, can't I? Okay. And I actually disabled 3D mode. We're always looking at the 2D map. Because I didn't see a real purpose to it. And I only glanced at the tooltips, but I found the one we wanted called Tactical. This shows us our terrain for battles. Excellent. Which I haven't looked at. Yes, we just started this game. I haven't looked at anything. And it's just, you know, there's thousands of things to look at. You see, but I don't even see it yet. I hover over the green. What is green? The +1 to the attacker in combat. I don't think it's forest. I don't think Spain's known for its forest. Are those different menus? One. No, just it's just clicking in a different place. I thought control right click did something different than just right clicking, but it's the same thing. Add location to international. No. I'm sure I remember that, but okay. It's not there right now for some reason. So I got distracted by the map mode. Fine, we wanted to get distracted by it. Oh no, it's not one of the defaults. Political, tax base, raw materials, control, proximity to capital, markets, population, cultures. The cultures, for example, and even religion, they don't change that quickly, so you probably don't need a tooltip on the hotbar, actually. Diplomacy and tactical. Oh, tactical's on the hotbar, so that's... I was already thinking about making room for it. +3. Oh, it's just the amount of pluses, perhaps? That'd be convenient. That'd be a much simpler way to do it. No. No, this brown is a +2. No, it's a +3. Why did I think I was distracted? Impassable. Okay, green is 0. Dark green is good. Yellow is better? That's... Mountains are best. And is there no such thing as bad? There should be a lot of marshes near Poland or something. That might give negative penalties, I would think. Looks like they're drawing swamp pictures. Oh, the forest. Is it? Do. Well, here, yeah, it's saying control, open the location menu. Maybe that's only when I'm zoomed in at this level. Something like that. Don't worry about it yet. This is not staying open. Oh, you have to wait for it to lock. Alright, this is a flatland. That's what I was looking for. That's a flatland? Doesn't look like it. This looks like a farm. That looks like a tree. Continental woods. And it's... yeah, there we go. Inland. Farmlands. Okay. Vegetation. Wetlands. Ah! You're really screwing me over. Wetlands with farmlands. Flatlands with farmlands. But that's a +1, and that's a 0. Okay. Okay. Shut that off. Alright, before I click start the learning walkthrough, I want to take 5 minutes and get my coffee or what. Let's clear our head before we start another epic journey of Sir Reads a Lot. Be right back. Oh, and I'll have to remember that my my camera's covering up the... I think those are officially called alerts. I forget what these are officially called. On our sidebar messages on the side. Just noticed it said it's dropping down to 44 and we're not even looking at anything. Oh, I should have confirmed that first thing. What's my anti-aliasing at right now, by the way? 39. I always figure a big factor is going to be the zoom level. That's pretty zoomed out, and it's 39. Oh, that stream's not picking up my Steam overlay FPS. But yeah, it's I'll give you an instance: 49, 46, 48, 47, 49. But it jumps often enough in fairly big increments down to 45. We had seen 39 as I moused over stuff. But anyway, I'm looking at my NVIDIA profile inspector. Oh, not for EU5 though. We're just at 2x. Not just, we're at good 2x. But since I saw it, definitely, I mean, yeah. Let me think about shutting off a couple options here. So hard to test though. So you go to you open the main menu and it stops the processing. So it's solid 60 now. Solid. Even though it's showing just as much of the map. Do. I have some things set to high, some disabled. Show off the map SSAO perhaps. I don't know which ones. In general, it takes a long time to apply changes to. We're not so worried about it, but that's part of playing the game. I had it set to what I would hoped would be okay when I wasn't streaming, but since I'm using the same video card to both play and stream on, the frames do get worse when I'm streaming. But even like right now, we only saw a minimum of 55 just by shutting off the map SSAO ambient occlusion. So, very well. Yeah, where'd my helper go? Didn't mean to close my helper. Gotta be here somewhere. Doesn't it? I mean, we literally didn't do anything yet, but still. So we could just reload the save and get it back. What was that called, though? U5. I don't know. Agenda window called? Yeah. Okay, tutorial helper agenda. You saying I turned that, I typed that in exactly in the words? Those are the words that it exactly uses in the game? Where is the tutorial helper agenda window? It could be one of the alerts, of course. But I don't think so. It'd just be like, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Found it. Don't know if that's the only way to access it, but okay. That's honestly a pretty good guess. Alright, yeah, let's go start the learning walkthrough. So I'm really curious how far we're going to take this initial learning campaign. Because if it starts making me make actual significant choices that I don't want to make, I'll feel obliged to restart pretty quickly. And at the same time, I fully expect we might end up doing something stupid. Such as... I don't know, but I've been thinking about things. Well, you know, as soon as it said mentioned rivals, it's like, well, we got to rival France. And then France comes and kills us, and the game's over. I don't know. Yes. The walkthrough will take a few minutes, really. Just a few? Really. It takes me several minutes to read a single window. Take several minutes to present the basic mechanics of EU5. The walkthrough is skippable at any time, and you can start it here anytime. Start it where? We had trouble finding it. Like, if I close this alert, how do I get back to this? I have no idea. Okay. Okay. Nearly 5 centuries of histories are about to unfold before you. As the spirit of your nation, you have the power to choose how. That's an interesting way to word that. I like that wording. That, you know, the poetic, you are the spirit of your nation. Like a god game, where you're the Holy Spirit, or unholy, as you may be. You could conquer the world, develop your society into a flourishing utopia, or become an unrivaled economic power. Whatever you choose to do, history is yours to control. Camera controls, evil, WASD. Did I exit? Did I restart the game? I did. Why were we reloading it? Mouse scrolls back on. I also have a script that'll allow me to use a mouse button to restrict the mouse to one window, but we don't like to use that. They didn't have to include like using scroll lock to prevent scrolling, no. We've yelled at them about this before. I can't believe there's a slider to change the scroll speed, and you can change it to 1 from 100 to 1. We're at 1 now. Slowly scrolls when you're off the screen with the mouse. Why would they disable it from being able to be set to 0? It's a settings file. I don't know how to force it to reload the settings. Are we on Iron Man? I don't think we're on Iron Man. We wanted to be on Iron Man. Because we want to get achievements. But Iron Man's disabled by default, isn't it? Use the scroll wheel to zoom in and out by holding tab. You can see an overview of the whole world. Using tab... I don't think that's what should happen when you hit tab repeatedly. It zooms you in at the lower center of the... That's weird. Buggy. Alright. Game concepts are highlighted in blue and contain information about specific mechanics. You might... I hate to pop up. How about... They have options regarding upon pop-up speed and stuff like that, but how about never pop up on Terra Incognita? You really don't need a pop-up saying nothing. You find nothing for us. Nothing is nothing. This is the nothing you see when you hover over nothing. If you'd like to know more about this nothing, please click nothing. We could, for instance, say that you're playing as a country. So if I were to hover over this, I'd want to know more country as opposed to. It does not. Yeah, it doesn't say. Only details the country. It doesn't determine what other entities may or may not exist, such as a country is a political entity that can participate in diplomacy. What is a political entity that cannot participate in diplomacy called, for instance? Or what are other entities called? Anyway, it has a government, primary culture, primary religion. I'm not going to start reading everything yet. Every country is either settled extraterritorial, army-based country, or a society of pops. Sorry, that's interesting. Settled extraterritorial. Army-based. I sort of understand army-based, sort of. Because, like, if we think of... I'm thinking of the mercenaries in CK3. Mercenary troops that you hire. You got units that you hire that aren't ruled by a crown. They're ruled by their mercenary captain. And I get the idea that's what army-based country means. Or a society of pops. And I wonder if that can't be like, rather than mercenaries, Knights Hospitaller, what do we call them type of people? Holy Orders. They're settled, extraterritorial. Now, I remember a big part of EU3, EU4 is exploring unsettled territories, right? You always get attacked by savages, lose a lot of troops. Extraterritorial. But it's not settled, so I... let me read that. Just because I can't imagine. It'd probably be a good idea to imagine since we're on the subject. An extraterritorial country is a country that exists by virtue of its buildings and does not need to own entire locations. I mean, the first thing I'm thinking of is like Mecca. Or we could comparably say the Vatican. The Vatican being... I mean, it's the Holy See, isn't it? Which I was incorporating under a society of pops. Something to do with just the building? We'll find out sooner or later. By default, nesting tooltips are, yes. You can also lock a tooltip with the middle mouse button. You can. This behavior can be changed. To continue, we've done it. Didn't even know I was doing chores. Castilile! In your before you play as the spirit of the nation, an abstract representation of your country. You are currently playing as the Crown of Castile, a country with King Alfonso XI as its ruler. Alfonso. The top bar consists of a few different elements. You know. It'll it'll say here at the top of your screen from now on to provide you with an overview of your country. You may also notice that there is a date in the top right. This is because the game plays out in real time. No, you're confusing it. That's a... It's playing out in real time. It won't be April 2nd until 24 hours from now, you know? No, it's not. No, it does not. Yeah, I'm really against this. I am certain it plays out in game time. It does not play out in real time. Don't worry, though. We are paused right now and nothing can happen other than wasting real time. I mean, really want to get a petition to change that. You can't define what real time means, all right? Do not redefine real time. Wow. The leftmost section of the top bar displays your states, which are groups that hold power within a country. As a player, you are represented by the crown. What? That's a little confusing too. What do you mean I'm represented by the crown? So it's a purple triangle with a crown on top. And it's like when I look at my character, I don't have that symbol. If I look at the map, the capital is represented by a star, which we could see from far away. It's to the southeast of our sea. Notice from this distance we can also see Paris, but no place else? No couple places. You know, I was reminded we could only have like 3 rivals. I see 3 places with a... but I don't know why we'd possibly be interested in Constantinople or the capital of Trebizond? Is that what that is? Similar. Trebizondine. Yeah, I think I remember that country, right? Why are those the only 3 capitals I can see? I'm going to find out now. They are no match for us. They're outside diplomatic range, right? So, whatever I was thinking about, like rivals, that's not what it is. They're outside of diplomatic range. Byzantium is inside diplomatic range. That's weird. We are perfectly balanced with France. We are much stronger than Byzantine. They are no match for us. Oh, it's there, so I'm puzzled. Maybe if I click on, actually click right on that. Nothing. If I zoom in and click on that. If we zoom in, we see the other ones, but you know, size-wise, Trebizond does not compare to any of the major nations. So it's not that. Is that just an artifact, a glitch? Oh yeah, here I found another one. Egypt. Mamluks Sultanate. Oh, speaking of that, how much do they influence Hejaz? Where's Hejaz at? One of the changes they made to the map in EU4 was because of my thread regarding Hejaz. Ended up making Hejaz a vassal of the Mamluks. But that might change in the next 100 years. Anyway, getting distracted, of course. Yeah, I think it's just an artifact of the zoom level somehow. Well, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. The leftmost section of the top bar. Okay. Alright, I see it. I do see... Well, it almost looks like my flag's over something, but I don't think it is. And I see 4 oblong circles. That displays our estates, which are groups that hold power within a country. And I'm wondering if they're colored or not. The left might be our blue, but it's a very deep navy blue. The next one seems to be gray. Next one seems to be yellow. The one to the right seems to be green, and that doesn't bode right for me. But again, I'm expecting burghers and clergy. I forget what the other ones were. You'll get back to the estates later, right? Your groups that hold power within the country as a player represented with the crown. Am I? Because I don't see it there. Now that I notice there was a purple triangle, we said. It has a crown on top of it. That's similar to the other estates, but... You see, this one is a blue square with a castle with a keep icon on it. For Castilian Coimbra. Guess I'm getting into estates now. Clerica. Shrine. Wouldn't there... I think there should be a simple term that says clergy on here, but I don't see the simple term anywhere. Whoops. 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 Wow. That's a lot of stuff. Even coming in this level of detail, it's giving other starting advice. I just want an example list of estates. Please. Let me glance at EU4 real quick. EU5 wiki is not minimally done yet. I'm surprised Paradox wasn't working on it the week before release. I mean, or maybe they did, and that's the little bit that's there is what got done. Not the one I wanted. But we'll check, see if estates is complete. I wanted to fill in what I'm remembering from E4 though, actually, first. The simplest way. Yeah, this is vague. Oh, wait, no. Over to the right it tells us nobility, clergy, burghers, commoners, tribes, Domini, Cossacks. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking of exactly. Nobility, clergy, burghers, right? With like tribes being the fourth one, I was thinking that might be there sometimes. Because you'd only encounter it in the more wild parts of the world. Mm-hmm. And what commoners, Domini, and Cossacks are, I may not know. And Cossacks at least have a concept. I don't have any concept of Domini at all. It's an estate available only to countries whose primary religion is part of the Islam religious group. And only pops from a different region different religion group who aren't part of the tribesman social class. And Cossacks would be step-related. Part of the culture of East Slavic, Lithuanian, or Polish culture group. Okay. So no. Okay. Answers my question. Go away now. Oh. We'll get back to estates later, but for now keep in mind that every estate holds a percentage of the country's wealth and power and has a level of estate satisfaction that you can track on the top bar. Well, alright, so we started, but yeah, like I found that list of types, and that's what I'm saying. I don't see the type on here. Like Castilian... I'm having trouble with the C's. Claricia? Or is it supposed to be Castilian Claricia? There's not a Sedia under the C to make an S sound. In Claricia. Alright, anyway, I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I'm not a linguist. So why I know some of these things, who knows, but... if only someday we could know everything. Well, I expected to say clergy. It doesn't say that. It's got to say that somewhere. But so I assume this is our nobility. The Ricohumbria. Aristocrats, yeah. And our burghers, merchants. Artisans, merchants. But what's this one going to be? Our commune? I've never saw you with an accent over it before, I don't think. Well, they're aiming to build a jeweler's guild. A funny thing to see. This is the estate which represents the population who usually lacked prestige and power. What? Our powerless bourgeoisie? That our powerless middle class? This estate which represents the population who usually lacked prestige and power, yet our wiki. They're not commoners then. Because commoners never had prestige and power. The whole point of calling commoners commoners is that they don't have... there's no more prestigious way to refer to them. If most people have prestige, it's no longer prestigious. So it can't be commoners. Can it? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. Estate satisfaction. So 2 of them are green, 2 of them are not, are red. So despite having a very wide spectrum, it only seems to be binary, red or green. Either good enough or not good enough. The distribution of power between states will vary from country to country. Some countries having access to unique estates altogether. Is that a unique estate? Is that what that is? Is that a unique estate? Okay. Next. I hit next and nothing happened. Next, let us take a look at the resources and statistics in the top bar. This is the middle section of the bar. Indeed it is. Which contain the most relevant resources you'll need to keep track of while governing your country. Resources. It doesn't tell us what resource is. A little bit interesting. You'll need to spend ducats for many actions in the game, from paying your soldiers to building up your cities, but truly your most important resource is your population. Really? As they constitute the foundation of your politics, your economy, and your armies. I mean, if I had sufficient ducats, I think I could buy me a new population. If everybody was broke in Ireland, I'd just pay them to come to my country. Which means the ducats would be the most important. Anyway. As they constitute the foundation of your politics, your economy, and your armies. Another particularly important number is your stability. Yes, I can concur. The balance of scale. A measure of your internal resilience that will help you keep your estates and population loyal, and that you can use to influence the politics of your country. We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. It looks like a crown without... it's a very unfancy crown. I was going to say, I bet you that's legitimacy, and it is. Yeah, you can barely see the cross on the crown is what it was. The little bit bigger icon is more legible. So very low is a medal, which could be like military tradition. Then we got a dove, which is diplomacy. A flag. It doesn't look like a good flag, though. It looks, it's a suspicious looking flag. And it's at 0. So I'm wondering if that isn't rebelliousness or something. But it's supposed to be a resource. The resource of 0, but the flag is so suspicious, I don't think it's a good flag. I think it's a bad indicator. We'll see. Anyway, some kind of troops. Used to be manpower. And something else that looks like another population, dare I say. The type of people that outnumber, but it's not the population. I could just mouse over it and figure it out, but you know. If it wasn't population and it wasn't military, what would people be? But alright, so is that my military? Is that my manpower? Let's find out. Manpower. And this is sailors. Oh, okay. I did read something already about sailors. So land and, well, no. Yes. Yeah, they're the same thing. Land, manpower, and naval sailors. Okay. What are the other ones called? We were right about legitimacy. Prestige. Diplomats. The resource is not called diplomacy, it's called diplomats. We have 5 diplomats. 5.0 diplomats. I really want to... I look forward to seeing when we have 5.01 diplomats, because I don't know what a 0.01 diplomat looks like. Maybe it's just a monocle. War exhaustion of Castile. Alright, so that is bad. Alright. Good job making a suspicious looking flag. I'm like, that's not a good flag, is it? Manpower and sailors. But most of these icons are crisp looking. But all the people are not. They got fuzzy icons. The crown's a bit fuzzy looking too. Yeah, it is. Just curious art style choices. We expect consistency. We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. For now, well, tell me more about stability. 29, okay. So I guess it exceeds the range of EU4, which I believe was -3 to +3. 29 is greater than +3, so I think we're looking at a new type of scale. And do you tell us when I mouse over you? The stability is a measurement, over time, stability will tend towards 0. No, I want to know what the extremes are. What I'm looking for. I doubt it goes from -29.89 to +29.89. Hey, Immortal Slayer. It's going all right. Doing a lot of reading here. Not the most exciting stream. How's it going with you? We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. Time. EU4 plays out over the course of hundreds of years. You can see the current date in the top right corner of the screen, which is also where you control the speed of the game. Now, it already made me laugh earlier because it said the game is played in real time. Real time. As in, a day takes a day, is what that means to me. And of course, that's not true. I'm expecting it to mention it again. Time is divided into 6 different ages. 6 ages. Right now we are in the Age of Traditions, which will end by the year 1342. Oh, that's pretty soon, in 5 years, to give way to the Age of Renaissance. Within each age, we'll have access to new advances to research. Mentioned before, the game's currently paused, so you're not missing out on anything. Age of Traditions, Age of Age of Renaissance, Age of Discovery, Age of Reformation, Age of Absolutism. Absolutism. I've never said that word before, I don't think. Absolutism. Age of Revolutions. At the start of each age, we will select our focus between administrative, diplomacy, or military focus. Oh! Alright. Which will affect our country's advances. How our country's advanced tree will be for that age. Oh, see, EU5. Europa Universalis 5. Why did you pop in if you don't know what game I'm playing? A curious question. You don't have to answer, but usually that means you're a scammer. I'll go get some coffee. Right back. Oh, my bad. Yeah, you've been following for a while. Coffee's in the microwave. I don't know. Might as well hit next. Yeah. Government, economy, production, society, diplomacy, military, geopolitics, and advances. Oh, but these 8 tabs, I understand. I didn't know what they were talking about at first. 8 different panels. Well, please call them tabs. And they're all the F keys. F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8. F1 is government. But we're skipping that. Hopping back over here. On top of the game concepts, well, hints. Alright, hints and hint panel. When you see this icon in the tooltip, clicking it will take you to a related hint. To continue, open the hints panel. I think I can manage that. Oh, okay. We ended up here before once. The vast game that allows for country, countless different playstyles and possibilities. Regardless of whether you fancy yourself a ruthless conqueror, a shrewd politician, or an administrator endowed with a touch of Midas, there are some fundamentals that every successful ruler needs to master. Let's have a look at them. I don't need to understand this, but I'm wondering what the hell they're talking about exactly. Excuse me. Get my coffee. They're trying to say something, but they worded it so badly. Oh, Alright. Ducats are one of the most important resources in the game. Most actions cost ducats, and very often your ability to improve. Yes. I don't need to read that much. Most of your finances are controlled from the balance panel, so let's have a look at it. It's funny that we're starting with tab number 2. Okay. Oh, and sub-panels is what we're talking about. Economies divided into balance and markets and trading. Okay. Income expenses. The various sliders. I think that's a graph. I just figured it out. Why is that line written there? Just happens to be straight because we've not played for a single day yet. I appreciate Immortal Slayer. Just I realized my mistake when I realized you were a follower. Coffee's too hot now, of course. Taxes. Okay, tax base. There were Cambria tax. So that's one of our estates. Is that what you... Yes. We continue to automate taxes to all estates. Oh, okay. I'm making a list of automation. Commanders, cabinet actions, research. Economy balance tax. We'll call them taxes. I wonder if you're going to be able to automate everything here. I think probably. Just about they almost all have a... Yeah, a cog. Alright, but I better read this. Okay. As a government, you will only collect a fraction of the tax base by extracting taxes from your estates. You can set the level of taxation by adjusting the tax sliders in the budget panel. Notice how their estate satisfaction drops the more you tax them. Estates do not like taxes. No, I haven't played Path of Exile. You know, we were just talking about that the other day. I think Saratorius mentioned it. Did I look at it or did I not? I'm gonna. Oh, yeah, I have it. I have it. I have it in Steam, but I don't recall anything about the game yet. Yep. Let me look at the store page for it. Don't know why I own games that I don't recall about. Oh, it looks like that. Okay. I own it. I looked at it a little bit. But we have not played it, ever. The minimum tax that you can set for each estate depends upon many factors, like how powerful they are. Sometimes you might not be able to tax specific estate at all. The tooltip covers up the slider. Come on, game design. This percentage is estate satisfaction. Okay, but it wants me to automate it. Very well. Automate taxes to all estates. Okay. Why? The Rica Hombria was my nobles. And the clergy. And the burghers. Then the special one I'm still not sure about. Those, the population who usually lack prestige and power. Such a vague description. Let me check this info button. That's just info about estates, I think. Not about this one in particular. I think that's our unique estate. Automate that. Yep, next. An action RPG plays a lot like Diablo. Yeah, I was anti-Diablo for the original one. Because it was the first successful graphical roguelike. And if you see my name is eRogue, that is named after the original game Rogue. But back at the height of roguelikes, along comes Diablo. The thing was, so it's the first successful graphical one, so it's quite notable. It is. But with all the games that have thousands of monster types, thousands of magic items, along comes Diablo with only a couple dozen. As far as a roguelike went, it was like one of the less detailed ones. The first one. So my people made fun of it. Well, where there is countless free roguelikes, traditional roguelikes, there were countless free ones. And the one that had the least detail ended up dominating the revenue. because it was commercially successful, unlike all the other roguelikes of the time. I don't know if there was one. Don't think there was a commercially successful one since Rogue. Anyway, that's our history lesson. Speaking of that, yeah, when are we going to unlock roguelikes in EU4? What year does that happen? Are we going to play until the 1980s, 1990s? And I never even looked at Diablo 2 or Diablo 3, honestly. Just was always wrapped up in something else. Oh. Aside from taxes, minting. You can freely mint to your heart's content to fix your budget, but minting too much will create inflation. Move the minting slider to mint some shiny ducats. How much do I got? I got 1.5k. And what's the 0.004 is inflation. Actually, no. Current is 0, but in a month we'll have 0.04 inflation. What if I decreased it? It wants me to increase it, but where's my deflation? No? Make sure you're not creating inflation. That's weird. I'm not sure I know what it's telling me, because the more we gain... I mean, it's telling me inflation is plus 11, but it's in red. And so when it's green, it's negative inflation. So it's just, it's just, if you're calling it inflation, I think the positive value should be inflation. Which it is. It's just, anyway. Okay. I mean, but when I looked at this, it said 0.04. I thought we had inflation. No. Because I guess we were overlooking. Yeah. You can actually barely tell at this resolution. You can barely tell the plus from the minus. God, I don't even. Yep, it's just barely visible. Never mind. But still. So we'll just go for max. Well, I'm not an economist. Inflation reduces purchasing power. I'm the king. I want to purchase everything. I don't want to purchase everything, but if they're not going to just outright hand it to me, I guess I'll have to purchase everything. The other two most common sources are income and trade and food. Since those are more advanced concepts, we will not cover the food's a more advanced concept. That does not bode well. Anyway. Yeah. So where are they, though? Where's my food on this window? Why are you telling me about this? Income? Yes. Food. Food's not here. Under markets, he's... I don't have any icons of apples on this screen. Why are you mentioning food right here? Selling food. We're getting money from selling food. That's something. And so that is related to trade, but I don't see anything about trade here. Other than selling food. Alright, anyway, next. Said we get into it more later, but I think that might be a little off in the tutorial. Tell me about apples when I don't see any apples anywhere on the screen. Except, well, I did. So, well, they told me about trade, but there's nothing about trade on the screen. Yeah, unpause. Let's unpause. Uh-oh, we're going to lose. You can adjust the speed at which game runs on the top bar, 3 or 4. Good place to start, but every player has their own preference. You can also press space to pause, unpause the game, unpause, and let a month go by to see the numbers update. Here we go. We're going to see the graph change. That's what we're looking for. This horribly flat line with a horrible diagonal line. But I just realized I I instinctively wanted to use my mouse button that I haven't set up yet. April 8th, April 9th, April 10th, April 11th. We only work from... What? Why is it only going a few hours per day? That doesn't... That's unexpected. From 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Only 11 hours. There's 11 hours in a day? Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. New. Yeah. That's weird to have an odd number. Anyway. Yeah, the hour of the day. That's a new concept. It's a new concept for us for sure. Haven't seen that in Crusader Kings or EU4. Almost done. 28th of April. 29th of April. 30th of April. And it did not automatically pause me, but... Ooh-to-do-to-do. Oh, where'd my graph go? It changed tabs. Alright, here's my graph. There we go. Looking... Now you can tell it's a graph. Oh, and see how the numbers change. Well, I wasn't paying attention to the numbers. I don't know what they were before. Did they change? I don't know. Next. Alright, what? Good, 1 month has passed and we have paused the game for you. You can see now that the numbers have updated on your estates contributing to taxes. Yeah, well, I didn't see it update. I'll have to take your word for it. I didn't memorize everything. Except I think one of them was red. I don't know though. Probably, nah, it probably doesn't make sense. Whatever. Let's look at the expenses. What's this window behind everything though? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Game's on pause, stuff's happening. That the tutorial's not telling us about. Portugal declared a rival. That wasn't the plan. They'll be our internal enemies. Okay. Well, that's one way to start, but it's a big distraction. I thought we were going to ally with Granada, or... We're going to subjugate them, right? And they're going to work with us until 10 years when we can start to annex them. But so I thought we were going to befriend Portugal too, and then we'll just sit here and idle as we work on getting our ships into shape. You can spend ducats on increasing stability and legitimacy, two of your most important stats. We saw at the top bar. All right, let me just read this. Cost of the court, army maintenance, navy maintenance, fort maintenance, diplomatic spending, stability, there it is, buildings. So we are investing a tiny bit into increasing stability. And legitimacy. I didn't see legitimacy in the list. Cost of the court? No, I don't think that's what they're talking about. There's legitimacy is here. I don't see a legitimacy expense. However, legitimacy, how much does it say? No, that's, hover over this, does it say how much we're spending on legitimacy? No. That looks fairly similar to that list. Where to go? Court maintenance, yes. It's in a different order. Buildings, yes. Cost of the court, yes. Diplomatic spending, yes. Navy maintenance, army maintenance. Again, no legitimacy. What are you talking about here, then? We'll figure it out sooner or later, but it's not here. Seems like they're saying it's exactly the same as stability would be, but it's not here. Unless this happens to affect both of them. Yeah, I don't think so. It's just stability. Maintenance costs of your standing army. Navies and fortifications can become a significant hindrance to your balance. Reducing their maintenance during peacetime is a sensible idea. Adjust the budget sliders to end up with a positive monthly balance. Whoa. We are spending a lot. And we don't have a slider for buildings. Spending 0 on stability gives us an increase in stability. What's our income? 110. Expenses. Well, no, that's positive. All right, my bad. We are very. It wants us to adjust it, but we already had a positive balance. That's weird. Weird way to do a tutorial. Start with the goals fulfilled. Army maintenance, Navy maintenance, port maintenance, diplomatic spending. I mean. But if we had 32 ducats coming in already, almost 33, I think we can spend at least 1 on stability always. Yeah, I don't know how big that range is, but Army, Navy, fort maintenance are maxed. Diplomatic spending is already significant. We're spending 15. Cost of the court, I don't know what that does, but we're spending 17. Let's not get ahead of myself. Let's go. Next. Budget recap. Perfect. You understood the basics of balance management. Let's recap a bit. I don't want to recap. But who are estates? I've already poked my nose into this quite a bit. The estates are one of the keystones of ruling in Europa Universalis 5. Not only are they the key sources of taxes, but they can also be powerful assets when they are loyal or terrible enemies when disloyal. Let's have a closer look at them in the government panel. You know what? If you want to relate... If you say they're powerful assets from an economic in accounting point of view, you would say they're terrible liabilities when disloyal. Rather using liabilities rather than enemies. I mean, it'd be more parallel. You said powerful friends or terrible enemies. Powerful assets or terrible liabilities. Using assets as the counter to enemies is just odd. Let's have a closer look at them in the government panel. Okay, that was tab 1. And country is sub-tab 1. One of the mods for EU4 was just making everything quick tabs, but like it'd be nice to hit like F1 to open this one, and then 1 to open sub-tab 1. Getting ahead of ourselves, of course. Then we got sub-tabs. Estates. Government, country, estates. With the other ones being, well, there's government, country, government values, government missions. And we got government, country, estates, government, country, parliament, government, country, cabinet, government, country, laws. Estates. Same 5 that we had seen before. This is a much friendlier view. And next. They each have estate power. Does this add up to 100? What is pop quiz? What is 23 plus 36? There goes the map. Plus 21. Plus 6. Plus 11. 97. You know who that 3% is? The missing 3%? They're the ones that are going to get you. I mean, but you got to fire your accountant. If your numbers don't add up to 100, it's going to be hell to pay. So, of course, it's a rounding error, but it's actually inexcusable. Yeah. Here we go. Now, we found 2 more digits, but is that enough? Is that enough to make it add up, right? 23 plus 39. 23.39 plus. $36.63. $21.44. And yeah, this is important to know. It's not rounding, it's trunicating. Instead of 6.79, you would usually round it to 7. I'm very familiar with various rounding methods, but you'd usually round it to 7. But they chose to show 6. It's the worst type of rounding, is none at all, trunication. But anyway, did I add that? 6.79. $11.72. $99.97. It's better, but we still got 3 10,000ths that are unaccounted for. Somebody's not doing their job. But at least now, rather than firing our account, we can probably just give them a written warning. Just out of curiosity's sake, because I can't help myself, if we were to round these properly, Does it add up closer than 97? We rounded to 12 and 7. And I say just out of curiosity because this is going to vary every month. I know it's arbitrary. 21. That's why rounding is so important, because every rounding that you do is arbitrary in some regard or another. You just have to know what you're doing. This one is rounded up to 37. The crown. 23. And if I counted right, we should total to 100. It is not 103. It's even worse. That doesn't make any sense. What did I do wrong? It didn't all round up. 12 plus 7 plus... Oh, yep, that's a mistake. I put 20 on. And it will be 100. I put 21 instead of 24. 37. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah, if you rounded to the closest integer, round up 5 or higher. This is a case where it's a better rounding because it would have been accurate. Better rounding methods are more accurate than bad rounding methods, and true negation, I said, is the worst. Let's see. Here you can see the different groups that control the political powers in your country. Yes. I think I got carried away, but that's what I do. That's why I am who I am. The estates. Your estates can be powerful and managed correctly, but its pleas can quickly turn into an insidious thorn. Anyway, I was actually, well, I never thought to look at the practical things. Our burghers are pretty insignificant, power-wise. And our nobles are the most influential. And I understand now what it means when it was saying we are the Castilian crown. That this purple triangle icon with a crown represents us. That represents how much power we have. Maybe a more poignant way of saying that. Will we ever control a state where the crown has 100% of control and there are no estates to mention? Like perhaps if we kill off our entire population other than our royal family. We can do it. On top of contributing your treasury with taxes, states are essential to the business of war, since you will depend on their levies to fight your wars. Really? Okay. I wouldn't think all the states would have levies. I'm sure there's a variation in them, but okay. Until you can afford to replace them with regular regiments. Right. That's an important thing to remember. In medieval times, there was no such thing as a standing army. However, if they are disloyal, they might start supporting rebellions against your power, potentially overthrowing your rule through a civil war. What are these little icons here? Oh, it looks like people. Looks like people. It looks like population. I see. Oh, does the population add up? That's a good one. I'm not going to worry about exactly, but 18,000 plus 41,000. That's interesting. We have so many clergies. We have 3 times as many clergies as nobles, but the nobles have 50% more power. 53,000 plus... Oh, even more burghers, jeez. That have even less power. And our commune. I think I threw an R in there. Commune. 128. Yeah, EU5 is just released yesterday. Yesterday. I think it's not quite 24 hours old yet. That adds up to 128,000, and our population is supposed to be... Okay. It does not... 128,000 does not equal 5.5 million. Oh. Oh. Yeah, population. All right. Yeah, 90% peasants. Yeah. Okay. Lock this on. Okay. And yeah, here they're calling... So, you click to keep this up on the screen. Like if I didn't click, you have to wait for some time. Well, yeah, I can't even move my mouse. So I have to click it. Or wait, hover, but it disappears as soon as you leave this window, which is strange to me. Because I want to leave that up and look at the other one. But, because I'm a streamer, I tend to point with my mouse cursor, right? I was saying that when we look at the Recombria, that I thought it was weird that it never said that they were the nobles. And that the Claricia did not say they were the clerics. And that the Bergosia did not say they were the burghers. But here's the simple terms we were looking for. And what is green? Peasants? No. It's only... Oh! Yeah, looking at the numbers, yes. It's the... Those are the peasants. The commune are the peasants. So I didn't like the description of this, because it says, this is the estate which represents the population who usually lack prestige and power. Again, if you're talking about the majority of the people, which we absolutely are, what is that percentage? We're talking about 53, actually 54 out of 55. Which is 98%? Or is that 99 even? I think it's closer to 98%. Let me check. Yeah. 98.18. 98.2%. Which we could also say 982 per mil, but not many people use per mil. But I want to start using per mil. Which is awkward to say because people think of million as an extra 3 digits beyond what would be thousands per thou, but it's called per mil when you mean per thousand. What were we doing in the game? I'm looking at the states. Oh yeah, I was just saying, this is the estate. The peasants are the estate which represents the population who usually lack prestige and power. If 98% of the population was to ever have prestige and power, I mean, I think prestige is a simpler way of looking at it. 98% of your population gain prestige, it's no longer prestigious. So I don't like describing it as that they lack prestige, because commoners are common because they lack prestige. If they're prestigious, it would not be common, and it's a conflict. They're conflicting terms. It's like It's like saying that water usually lacks dryness. It's this weird dimension. At least I'm trying to have fun with it, right? It states whose satisfaction above 50%. And I'm now, whoa, oh, these changed since we ran a month. Two of these were in the red before, and I noticed they were very near. Yeah. Well, this one is still red, but the bar's not red. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's the monthly change. Okay, the numbers are the monthly change, which is saying that the clerics appear to be losing a minimal, very minimal amount of influence, but they're all in the green right now. Oh, that reminds me I'm supposed to be running ads on Twitch. I forget about it all the time. Which is fine, I'd rather not bring it up. But if you don't run the ads, it's always for the pre-roll ads. Very unlikely anybody new will show up. It's the pre-roll ads. The estates whose satisfaction is above 50 will provide different bonuses to your country depending upon their type, while dissatisfied estates will inflict penalties. And does that tell me that at a glance? What the bonuses or penalties might be? I don't think so. Maybe just hover over? It does. Prestige. Oh, prestige is the medal. And counter-espionage. Of 0. Our bonuses are 0. Very nice. Research. Diplomatic reputation. Very nice. Yeah, there's a lot of, there's a number of them, which does not correlate to the amount of power that they have. Which, you gotta remember, there's the other aspect of whether they're satisfied or not. I mean, you might think the satisfaction directly correlated to the amount of power. Maybe there's a slight correlation, but not really. Because, like, you know, our nobles are 50% satisfied, and they got 36% power. Whereas our burghers outnumber them, and are 50% satisfied, yet have very little political power. So it's just, yep, there's a lot of different aspects. But yeah, bonuses, that was nice. Diplomatic reputation, yeah. We like clergy, so that's what I'm hearing. Trade advantage. 0. Burgers, makes sense. We're there. And the commoners. Food production. And stability. That makes sense. I'm trying to make fun of them having the commoners as an estate, but the mechanics absolutely make sense. And nothing about the crown. Prestige and counter-espionage. Nobles give prestige. Nobles give counter-espionage. That's cool. That's cool. How Nobles would be the aristocracy who may have some influence in diplomacy, and more so are interested in spreading rumors, thus vaguely related to espionage. Again, the clerics were technology, I forget what they're calling it in game, and diplomacy. Research is what they're calling it. And trade. Food production and stability. That's interesting. I'm gonna like this game, aren't I? But let's mention a big matzo ball that's sticking out there is combat. I quit playing EU4 when they screwed up combat with zones of control. And I waited for months and months and months and a couple of years for them to fix it. No, they didn't. And way too many fanboys saying, no, it's these 7 simple rules that each have a million exceptions. And 7 aspects of anything is not simple at all. By definition, complex. You reach super complex with 2. Well, I mean, you reach complex with like 2 aspects. Things turn super complex with 3 aspects. 7. But more so, always thought the Mian team, he always well argued about what was wrong with zone of control. And most notably, all relevant information needs to be available on the screen. And absolutely, it was not. With the point being, what do we even call it? But the return point? Remember, it's the point where you entered from, and that influences where you can travel, always. But if you've been, when you enter a hostile territory, remember it's where you entered it. But it's never presented anywhere in the game. You have to remember, if you've moved around in 50 different provinces, back and forth fighting wars, you forget when the last time you entered the hostile terrain was. It's just a simple point like that. It needs to be all information has to be available, and it's not. Anyway, that's when I quit playing EU4. They freaking ruined it after I'd been playing it for 1,500 hours. And they didn't acknowledge their error or fix it. So we have yet to see how combat's even going to play out. But if I still hate combat, that's going to be really bad. But I'm liking everything else so far. And maybe that's what they should do. They should show us what's with this governing stuff. Just throw us into a war first. Like, wasn't it how EU4 actually went? Was there a tutorial for EU4 at all? Yeah, it wasn't. But it's just when you start with the Ottomans and you got to go kill Skanderbeg or whatever. The Ottomans start with a very, very easy to win war against that country called Albania? I'm hating myself for forgetting. I think it is. Yeah. Yeah. We don't currently have it, but that's what it's called. So I did hit next, apparently. The states can be granted privileges, which usually increase both their satisfaction and power, and come with additional effects for your country and your people. Additional effects. So like I already, I was just glancing at that we know that the clergy does research and diplomacy. Apparently we can grant him other privileges that might contribute espionage, say? Maybe. Maybe far-fetched, but no, it's not far-fetched. You can't trust those clergy. They'll get you. Revoking privileges will both anger and weaken the target estate, although that can be a costly endeavor that will likely ruin your stability. Despite them increasing the power of the estates and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align with your interests. Granting a few privileges in times of need can be a wise course of action, indeed, if only to extinguish a spark of rebellion. There needs to be a comma before indeed. No king can rule alone. Oh, you haven't seen me yet. Come on. Insulting. No king can rule alone. Alright, next. Social classes. Aside from privileges, estates derive their estate power primarily from the social makeup of your population. Your population is divided into the different social classes. It's telling me stuff that I don't see on the screen. Okay. Social classes, each of which support a different estate. Right? Oh. Alright, well, this is what I was talking about. Where is that displayed simply? So far, nowhere. Hovering over Recombria, nowhere does it say nobles. It has to say that someplace. And it sort of doesn't have to, because we're easily going to memorize that blue is nobles and gray is, right? So it doesn't have to say that, but it should, and I don't know why. Oh, and so, all right, they're explaining this a little bit better for me now. The common are peasants, laborers, and soldiers. And that's sort of a big deal. There has to be some societies, Rome, where soldiers are particularly separate and elevated. And maybe there are in other governments in other countries. But peasants, laborers, and soldiers. All right, what's the difference between a peasant and a laborer? Now, could have farmers and tradesmen. Peasants and laborers. Peasants represent common people. Most of them live on subsistence farming or in our villages. But what do they do in our villages if they're not farmers or tradesmen? They just sit around and play video games all day, probably. Laborers represent people who work manual labor in our urban locations and rural locations. They work the land to create, harvest, and gather the raw goods, backbone of our country, or work as unskilled labor in mills. So you can't even say unskilled labor and skilled labor, because laborers include unskilled labor. So again, what are these other peasants doing that sit in our villages and don't farm and don't do unskilled labor? Well, it did reference something. No, it didn't. It didn't. I mean, they just sit around and play video games, or probably complain, criticize, they protest. I just want a complete picture. There's something missing in my picture. It's not quite complete. And yeah, I know what soldiers are. Let's just check. Burgers were... wasn't... Wait. Did it not mention that burgers were something to do with aristocracy, too? Which, you know, I obviously associate with nobles, but... said something else. They represent the mercantile strata of the country. No. Whatever I was thinking of was wrong. I thought I saw a description earlier that... Oh, artisans. That's... yeah, the aristocrats. That's a big confusion of words. Big difference between aristocrats and artisans. Artisans is what it is, yeah. Artisans and merchants, yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's fun, isn't it? I mean, even before estates were made in EU4, yeah, just your population was just almost non-existent. I mean, you know, it's there in the game. It influenced your manpower and stuff, I suppose, but you weren't really broken up into classes or castes. It's nice. It's rich. Hey, they stopped looking at the menu. Yeah, let's talk about the other 90% of the screen, the map. The map would have been a good place to start, perhaps. Just saying. The biggest part. The world of Europa Universalis 5 is made of different countries that... oh! If I knew that before we were talking about estates. Yeah. Made of different countries that own locations. Alright, well, what is a location? The smallest unit lane is part of a province. Topography, vegetation, and climate may also contain a river. I have goods, gathered by pops, buildings, and also employee pops. Most locations are rural, but they can also be granted urban location status. That's, yeah, I'm liking this. How many urban locations do we have? Want to know? Each location can be owned and controlled by countries, and armies can be moved between different locations to conquer them when there is war. Again, I really hope I like the combat. I want to say this too. That EU4 wanted to do zone of control. Like, nice idea, but no way that it works at that scale. One castle that's 500 miles from another castle isn't influencing anything with troop movement. The scale is completely wrong. You know, you want your castle to influence military movements in a 10-mile radius, maybe? I'll let you. But... oh. Zone of control flashbacks. I hope it doesn't exist at all. But it's almost guaranteed to. Ooh. If you zoom out, you'll see country names appear on the map, hovering over them. What? Yeah, what? A foreign country panel where you can learn about and interact with a country. Open the country panel by left-clicking on a foreign country. Well, we just made enemies with Castile. I would have loved to click on France, but Castile rivaled us. Game made me unpause for a month, and everything went to hell. Oh, left-clicking. Hey, Portugal, how you doing? King Alfonso IV. What's my name? I'm King Alfonso XI. Am I his successor? The spelling exactly the same? We got Alfonso. Oh, he doesn't have an L. It's Alfonso, not Alfonso. Okay. Okay, you're allowed to live then. You don't want to be confused by your name. He's 46. I am 25. What? Um, it's not worth saying, probably, but the foreign country panel is different than your own country panel. Why does it always start me on that tab instead of... Yeah, everything's in a different place. It's awkward. I would have expected them to be nearly the same. Nope. Anyway, we were looking at him. Yeah, what's going on? Next. Oh, you went away. Oh, you're going to teach me about it. Yeah, teach me nothing. Right, countries are nothing without locations. Locations are the heart of the economy and the politics of any country and your, yeah, whatever words. They produce goods, generate tax base, but are also home to populations, different social classes, religions, and cultures. Locations are home to populations of different... No. No, it's a little weird. We got population singular plural, and also I didn't think population was going to be a key term in this game because they're calling them pops. Very unsophisticated term, but this should be plural in regular language. They are also home to populations of different social classes, religion, and cultures. They're also home to either one. Either has to be plural or a population of different social classes, religions, and cultures. Yeah, I think they just missed the article. It could also be the population of different social classes, religions, and cultures. Yeah. Could probably be the definite article. Locations can have three different location ranks: city, town, rural settlement. So cities and towns are urban. Castile might have at least 5 in the western half cities. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I meant 4. I see 4 in the whole place. That Madrid in the center, our capital of Valladolid, which I'm surprised I just never heard of before. I've watched more than a few videos on the Conquista and the Reconquista stuff. Let's see. Is that Seville in the coast? No, Toledo's in the center? What would that one be? Is that near, what's the holy site? Cordoba? I gotta find out now. Oh, so these have to be the towns then. Oh, it changes, yeah. Won't show us the same info when we're zoomed in. Sorry to hate that. Probably. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. You can tell that it's a pentagon. Nice use of pentagons, by the way. Uh, so the other city, Toledo, right. And it is Cordoba and Sevilla. Okay, so except for Valladolid, I'm pleased that I was able to guess which cities these were. And we will note that I made a mistake, but I corrected it before we checked. I I guessed that was Madrid, but then I remembered, well, no, Madrid didn't even, no, it's Toledo. Yeah. Holy Toledo. And that was Cordoba. Holy Cordoba. And I was surprised that this was Sevilla. Just, because in EU4 when you're playing, Sevilla wasn't the province with the most, like, trade power or something. One of these other ones near, I think, tended to be higher. I can be misremembering, but... and the water was named after Sevilla, if I recall. But not this time. And rural settlements. Do we have any rural settlements? Settlements? No, perhaps, but maybe they just don't show up on a map like this. If I click on Segovia looking for the town Segovia, okay. Town, yeah. So when we're looking at Rago the words, when you look at that place, okay, it's a rural. It is a rural settlement. We just don't bother putting up the dots. But does there exist places that are not even considered a rural settlement? I mean, certainly. We know there's going to be thick jungle in Africa and other places. I don't remember exploring the uncharted desert in Arabia in EU4. But we did have to explore into Siberia, of course. Everything in the New World. I'm just wondering what's here if there is no population. This piece of music seems louder. Oh, I meant to run ads a long time ago. Yeah, let me heat up my coffee again. We'll take a little break here. Run the ads on Twitch. Stop those pre-rolls. Nasty, nasty pre-rolls. Nobody wants them. And I'll just poke around for a little bit as the I put in the coffee for too long, didn't I? It's going to overheat again. This microwave is more powerful than my previous one, so I tend to heat it for too long. Yeah, let me read more about Portugal or something. Going to have knowing more about Portugal than we do about Castile. Let's see. Friendly actions, hostile actions, covert actions, economy actions, access actions, subject actions, influence actions. Trying to guess what these symbols are before. I think that assists your learning. If you guess what something is, when you look at something, then you're either right or you're wrong. But either way, it reinforces your learning. Oh, yeah. International organization. I now see, yeah, these bigger icons are a lot more recognizable than these slightly smaller ones. You can see the laurels around the globe here. Whereas you look at that, you don't think you think it's Saturn. I don't know. Catholic Church panel. I can't even tell, but I think that's supposed to be. What's the bishop's house called? Something. Mitra? What's the bishop's hat called? Meter. M-I-T-E-R. Do. The ads are done in 6 seconds. Alright. Zoom in to see locations, yeah. Let's check out Cordoba. Okay. The most important location for any country is the capital. Well, guess we'll look at this then. Your capital is Valladolid. You'll recognize it on the map by a golden star inside its location rank icon. Okay. You can double click on your flag in the top bar, move the camera to your capital. Double click. It works. Welcome back, Immortal Slayer. I'm back too. I took care of the ads on Twitch and I took care of my coffee. Welcome back. Do. You can also find any location by pressing F. I thought I tried that. I'm sure I did. I probably tried it before we were playing a game. Probably tried it on the select a nation to play map. F key. Click on your capital. I mean, which part? The state or the icon? Wait. Is it a capital or is it a capital? Settlement. That works either way. The capital would be the building, is that right? City of Valladolid. Valladolid. I should look that up before I continue to hack it. There's 2 stars. Oh, that's a pin? Alright, there's 2 uses of stars. Yeah. That's a grand strategy game. Thus, Civilization, yeah. And yeah, that's absolutely right, in short. Yeah. So the sister game is Crusader Kings. But this one is a lot more serious, which has implications towards being more complex and everything. It is. It's probably the most complex game I've gotten into. Um, and I just want to mention something about Axis and Allies 2 being a board game, that one. Then again, isn't there something like the first wasn't Europa Universalis a board game? Is that true? I don't know how complex it was or anything. Where again, the simple version of the board game would be Risk. Risk is about as simple as it can get. The original Risk. There's lots of ways to add complexity to Risk. I don't mean to offend it. I'm just saying. In Risk, you don't have different unit types. For Axis and Allies, you do. Yeah. But yeah, again, the 1,700 hours I spent playing EU4 were some of the best times of my life, which then again made me very sad when they ruined combat by implementing zones of control. That didn't make sense. With such features that they still advocate is how it's supposed to work, such as conquering a castle and trapping your troops so that they can't move anywhere else. When would you ever conquer a castle and limit your movement? Makes no sense. Hey, I don't want to get into that again. Alright. The map, the most important location. Yeah. Well, I know what a map is. Control groups. Before looking at Valladolid, let us stop for a moment to look at control groups. Okay. That sounds like a plan because I have no idea what a control group might refer to. They live at the bottom of your screen. Oh, there's some icons down here suddenly. And serve as quick waves to access a variety of things in the game world. You can assign locations. Oh, that's covered up by my, if you're reading along, put this in the center of the screen. Covered up by my camera. Do. Do. You can assign locations, countries, markets, or armies to a more specific number key. You're just talking about hotkeys? Okay, we're just talking about hotkeys. With the Valladolid panel open, press Control 1 to assign it to a new control group. And it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. Nope. I'm hitting Control 1 and it's taking me to what's already assigned to 1, which is the first army. It's not recognizing my control key. That's what that's telling me. Now we unassigned the first army from 1, but it's still not assigned to anything else. Game broken already? One does nothing now. It was taking us to the first army. 2 takes us to the first navy. 3 takes us to the Catholic Church, but 1 does nothing anymore. We click on Valladolid. And did you... Again, the province or the city I click on number 1. Nothing happens. Does it depend upon zoom level? That would seem weird. It doesn't work. Got my other control key. I know my control key works. Come on. Well, that's weird. No. I cannot recall what the last movie I saw was. I don't watch movies. I'm not against them or anything. I'm not a crazy person. I watch movies. It's just nothing's come up in forever. I don't go out of my way to ever watch movies. I don't have a movie night. We used in the military we try to watch a movie every Tuesday. You know? But no, most of my media is video games. I watch other streamers. I watch YouTube videos. Super GT, etc., etc., etc. Watch Barry Bugs playing. Or are we there yet? I watch Center playing EU4. You know. EU5, I mean. Alright, what? Yeah, I don't know what to do if we're broken. I could try the other buttons too, why not? Let's control 2. 1, 2, no. Control 2. 1, 2. Oh, I switched it. That one worked for hitting control 2. Don't know why control 1's giving me a hard time. Castro jerk. Castergeris. Huh. Well, I screwed up too. I don't know what's going on. I can try a numpad also, I suppose. We got numbers down here now. That's handy. I have a visual indicator now. But you can see it's not working. It's still set to my first ship. Empty control group. Alright. Get rid of it. Yes. This one too. But we don't need anything. That works. So there's probably something I can click on to do it also, but not going to complete our... So it didn't work because nothing showed up. What if I hit control 2? Oh, I thought that might have worked. Weird. This is a horrible bug to have. At least I know what it's trying to do. If I didn't even understand the concept yet. This is game breaking if this part of the tutorial's busted. That worked. In Toro control 1. We go to Toro. Oh wait, it said I succeeded when we weren't even trying to do it right. I found it. You got to spam it repeatedly. That's hilarious. Actually. Well, anyway. What? Jeez. Good job. Now pressing the number will pan the camera to validate open its panel. To empty a control group, you can either right-click it or press Control to... Okay. Let us have a look at the location panel now. Did I... Oh, yeah. I'm a former Marine. We appreciate the Navy boys carrying us around. Word up. Nothing wrong with a squid. Do. 4069. Computer programmer. But admittedly, I did not do the job of 4069. I did networking. Unfortunately. Won't get into it. I only joined the Marines because they were the one that would guarantee me a computer programming job. Air Force, Army would not guarantee it. Navy would have guaranteed it, but ironically, I came from such a small city. There wasn't a Navy recruiter there. I would have had to... Well, the closest one would have been across the state line. So I very likely could have ended up in the Navy. Is that air traffic? You work on jets? Aircraft. T. Yeah, I get the point. Jets, yeah. As a kid, I had planned on being a fighter pilot, but... Sort of a typical kid thing to say, I guess. I didn't find out until very late, actually, that of course I couldn't without perfect vision. Oh, a technician. Right on. I vaguely have a buddy who is doing something similar. You know, he spends a lot of time refueling airplanes. I don't know if he ever does jets, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sure he does, because he told us the one time he got jet fuel in his eyes. I don't know. I suppose. I don't know. Can you use jet fuel to run propellers? Alright, let's get back to the game. Any location is populated by different soldier classes. Social classes. Social. As we just saw, pops will increase the state power of their respective state. I didn't see that. The amount of pops... Oh. Yeah, glancing at this, I couldn't tell that these were different icons. They are all different. I don't know what this little black one is. Laborers. Okay. I can now tell my peasants apart from my laborers. And my soldiers, right. This one also looks black too. But those are the burgers. I guess they all have a black background. But, I don't know, a lot of these aren't very distinct, but they are distinct. Each of these is different. A little bit hard to tell though. Peasants will promote the necessary social class to fill them. But yeah, really appreciate corpsmen. Of course. Peasants will promote the necessary social class to fill them. What? Yeah, now I'm distracted. I'm thinking about thinking about my past life. All right. Peasants will promote to the necessary social class to fill them. Oh, wait. When a building is built, peasants will promote. Well, these numbers are so small, almost illegible. Is it worth mentioning now? Look, if I had a bigger monitor, this would all be more legible. But I had decided to skip over 1440p. But so I'm going 4K, but I don't want a 4K monitor that's bigger than 24 inches. I'm very happy with the monitor size. If not, the 24 inch might be a little big sometimes. But so it's become an industry standard not to make 4K 24-inch screens, although they have existed. It's just I've never found a good deal on one yet. But that's funny because you can get like a 15-inch display for laptops and stuff that are 4K. But nobody's making 24-inch 4Ks. It's weird. Here's the Motrin. Ibuprofen. Here. HMs. Never heard that. Never heard that. Of course, it might... I'm sure the lingo changes every 10 years or so, you know what I mean. It was, that was 20 years ago for me. Maybe. I don't want to do the math. Doing the math about anything like that just discourages you the older you get. Alright, RGO. Remember this. This was resource gathering. Not all locations have buildings at the beginning of the game, but every location specializes in producing one specific good. In the resource gathering operations. This is a special type of building that employs laborers to produce raw goods. Oh, that's the actual acronym for corpsman. Yeah, I never knew that. I wasn't friends with any corpsman. But honestly, you always got your way to give them a head nod or whatever when you see them. They get a they just get an extra nod of respect. They say, just Marines being the usual jerks that they are. Say you join the Navy because you want to be lazy. But then you become a corpsman, and they have to do everything the Marines do. They do. No matter what we're doing, they're there. So, so we give them full credit. And the thing is, it's a Marine's job to get wounded. It's a corpsman's job to fix them. So, you always want to treat the guys that are going to fix you extra well. You can learn about markets here, market hint. But yeah, should be obvious, but I was enlisted. Yeah. To do RGO, sell their goods at the market or the location to generate a tax base. At the beginning of the game, most of your tax base will come from the production of RGO. Not sure. I think I'm skipping that a little too fast. That's hard to say. Miss it? No, but I don't have any regrets. I'm probably glad I'm not serving currently. American politics has gone to hell. But hashtag no politics, please. Yeah. But I always say, it was outstanding camaraderie. I'm a little confused. What's it showing me on the screen right now? That has anything to do with RGO. Oh, I gotta click on... Not all locations have buildings. This is showing me buildings. But every location specializes in producing one specific good. Where is that one good on this screen? Oh, wine. Oh, when this was blinking earlier, I think I just clicked on the demography tab. Okay, we got it. Now I know what they're talking about. I'm sure I do. But I gotta be reading this game. But you got me thinking. And I always thought, I've noticed streamers that have stories ready. Notably Race Boy. He actually has a redemption for Tell a Story. I've never compiled my stories, and that's something I should do, actually. Because, it's because of my neurotic self. I tend to focus on negative things. I never remember the good times. So if I inventoried the good times, if I had a list of stories, that'd probably help improve my mood occasionally. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Most of my time we were living in a two-person rooms, barracks. But just two-person rooms, which is good. You had a roommate. Very much like most college dorms. One of my roommates was a bodybuilder who worked in legal. Here's the guy you want to be your lawyer. So we locked ourselves out of the room one time. Well, obviously he locked us out. But yeah, these are metal doors. And, just a cinder block building. And we're talking, well, no, I would have easily crawled through the window, but that was close too. Isn't there a specific name? I think there is a specific name for a window above a door. But anyway. And also, our neighbors, we would have shared the head. But they must not have been home either. But he's like, I bet you I can bust this open. And I'm like, go for it. And he's just standing a foot away and moderately puts his shoulder into it. He's like, okay, just feeling it out. And it's just plain and simply, I'm just impressed because it was metal, right? You always get this illusion that metal's so strong. Which is just something I was thinking yesterday too about something. Like, you always remember the first time in your life when you bend metal in your bare hands. metal that you think you couldn't have, but then you grab any untempered screwdriver or something and right? It's like what? Yeah, it's like metal can be weak. Yeah, so he took like 2 or 3 steps back, and it's not even like he ran, you know, it just he took 3 power steps forward. And put his shoulder in the door, and poof, door opens wide open. So the lock's just completely busted off. I mean, but that's your idea of security? It's like... I mean, it is too. You know, people would have thought those are good doors or something, except, yeah, it's just no. And you gotta remember, I don't know what his weight was. But by default, we were restricted to being under 185 pounds or something. Otherwise, you'd have to have a weight waiver. I mean, so it's not a huge, you know, it's not a 250-pound guy we're talking about. It's a very well-built, average-sized guy. Just walks right through the locked barracks door. How's that for a story? And the thing, yeah, also, he knew that replacing the lock wasn't going to be any big deal, which is funny. All we had to do is go down to the duty office and say, "Hey, man, we locked ourselves out. They're gonna have a master key. They'll unlock it, let us in. We got our keys." But we didn't. He busted open the door, and he's like, "And we do whatever." But he's like, "Yeah, I'll go call maintenance." And he calls maintenance. Maintenance replaces the door. Nobody ever says boo about how'd you guys break. Nobody cared how we broke the door handle off the door. Nobody cared, and it's just so I would have been so worried about getting in trouble and stuff. Except like, hey, it's my roommate that wants to do it. It's on him. But it's just I've always admired people that know how things work, which also makes it good that he was illegal, probably. He's like, yeah, maintenance isn't going to care. They're just going to come replace the lock. I'm always surprised how society works, how things get done. Like, no, there's a broken door. Somebody's going to have to pay for it. Or at least get yelled at for it, right? It's like, no, just, nobody cares. Location tax base. Due to buildings, probably. Estates. Oh, estates, yes, of course. Estates are much more meaningful. But as we see, the buildings influence the estates. How that's going to work out. Right, we said when we build a new building, people will come from the general population, the peasants, to fill the building. All right, we're getting into the numbers, and they don't make sense. All right, the total tax base in our capital province adds up to 19.32, of which you tax 477 from your estates. Look over the tax base to see how it's being distributed. 0.6, 2.5, 1.6. Alright, that adds up. But like 0.6 to the nobles. That's not on this screen. Where's that other screen? This screen. This screen. This says 2.6. Well, this is overall. Well, this is just talking about just Valladolid. Not French. Valladolid. Valladolid? Valladolid. Valladolid. Where's the screen we were looking at? I don't remember. Something about population. I don't know. I don't think it's that one. Diplomacy, military, geopolitics advances. Probably a different tab then. Trading maybe? One of these. Markets. Society. That's... No, it wasn't society. Wait, there's more. Subtabs. People. Pops? Rebels? Dynasties? Characters? No? I don't remember what tab I was looking at. Check for subtabs in here. Back in Pensacola. I didn't know there were Marines in Pensacola. Weren't allowed to be in the Air Force barracks for a few years. Had 15 or 20 of them. Arming you with water guns, and we're holed up on the third deck. They had the whole floor in lockdown for like 4 hours. MAs? Not MPs? Came and everything, and it was super funny. What are MAs? But yeah, one time I think I was home on leave, but it could have been right after I got out, pretty much. I met I was just hanging out. I don't know how the hanging out came about. It seems like I was eating at Arby's with an ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend. But that's just weird. Why would I ever say, hey, let's go to Arby's with my ex-girlfriend? I don't know how it came about. But anyway, I think he was Air Force, and he said, yeah, the thing about Marines... I don't know how he said it. But Marines like to stick their heads through walls. It's just what they do. If you got a Marine in the next room, his head's going to appear in your room. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it probably checks out. If you were to say which branch is most likely to put their head through a wall, yes, it'd be the Marines. The Navy's version of MPs are actually called MAs. What's the A stand for, though? Authority. I don't know. Military authority. I don't. Can't. Click on Validode. See how the tax is being distributed among the estates. Next. Whatever. Let's recap. Buildings create tax base belongs to the estates. What? Buildings employ POPs, which belong to estates, which provides taxes and levies. Okay, but I really don't necessarily understand the buildings create a tax base, which belongs to the estates. But okay. Next. However, not all locations are equal under the sun. Let us discuss one of the most important stats of location control. Yeah. I mean, it's a familiar concept. It's a key? A key is control. Whoa. Just realized clicking also makes it go away, but not how I wanted to. Anyway. Do. Among other things, control determines the amount of wealth in a location that's actually usable by your states. The tax base of a location is scaled by the percentage of control you have over it. Alright, that might have been the missing key that I was wondering about earlier. Speaking of keys. 100% control enables 100% of the tax base. Current control is 100%. Potential tax base, effective tax base. Okay. Proximity, there we go. This will have to do with roads, which whole another brand new concept to EU5. Control of a location is dependent on its proximity to your capital. This is why your capital is one of your most important locations. Okay, and this is also getting into the concept of overexpansion, overextension, which is, you know, a big concept in the grand strategy games. Whereas plenty of games, the simple ones, you know, you just get bigger and bigger, and eventually you conquer the world. Whereas EU4, you know, once you get too big, it's going to become very hard to manage. You know, vaguely, you got overextension and corruption increases and da. That's what we're getting into now. Your capital will always have high control. That means buildings and resource gathering. What's the O? It is operations. Resource gathering operations in your capital always contribute to the most of the wealth of your states and country. You can also gather... You can learn more about proximity control here. But I want to know where the proximity is. That moment's 100. Alright, that's control. That's proximity. I'm just noting that proximity gives a number right there. Whereas to see the number for control, you got to hover over it. And just in EU4, we are very used to seeing the numbers for control. But that's okay. Hey Tom, how you doing on YouTube? The current age. I don't know what you mean by age. Where the game does have the errors and stuff, but all I know so far is that we're going to be building roads. Building a road increases the proximity of the province that you have roaded to. Proximity increases control. Advancing ages will allow us to unlock new technologies that that enables us to influence everything in the game. So if that's what you mean by age. Yeah, but generally no. Just, I mean, I don't know what you mean by age. How old your country is doesn't affect anything, really. But the progression of the eras, I don't know. I answered your question as best as I can, I think. It's really just the amount of provinces and the distance away from your capital. And going through the eras, we will unlock new technologies that will influence everything. But if I didn't unlock any new technologies, no, it wouldn't. It would. I don't think there'd be any influence on overextension and corruption. But I only know about EU4. This is a new game. It's worth noting that each nation is each player nation is always the same age. As far as the game's concerned, I bet you. Because all of our countries started in 1337. I don't know. You could define it to be different though. But I don't think there is a concept of national age. Could be. But I probably would have noticed. It is interesting. It could be a mechanic. You could learn more about proximity and control here. Proximity and control hint. Map modes. Alright, let's look at map modes. If you hover over the control tooltip in the location panel, you will see a map mode button on the top right of the tooltip. Oh. Nice. Oh, nice. Numbers. I like this. I like this very much. In order to see the numbers in EU4, you had to hover over each one. It'd have a shaded grade scale, but you know, a lot of times it's hard to tell one brown from another brown. You know, what's that actually mean? You see the numbers? This is awesome. Good job, Paradox. So far, I've liked everything I've seen, but then again, the breaking point in EU4 was the combat. Once they changed the zone of control. So the control in Toledo is low. The control in Cordoba is low. The control in Sevilla is low. Maybe it's the 32. Zoom in a little bit. Sevilla is actually the 32. Okay, a little bit higher, but Cordoba is the lowest city. We got. Oh no, that's 32. I didn't zoom in enough. Next, map modes. You are seeing now on the map. What? You are. I'm not though. What? All right. I am. Okay. You are seeing now on the map the distribution of control across your land. Notice how control tends to decrease further locations from the capital. Due to control locations in the periphery of your domains will not be as nearly useful, at least without proper infrastructure in place. While on this map mode, you can also click on the other counties to see the control displayed on their map. Well, of course we can. I mean, is that even worth saying? What's our minimum? 16. 16. We got 16s everywhere. 16. 16. 16. Oh, we got 14s. Up towards Gascony. What's San Sebastian? Oh, I had forgotten. Don't know how I could have forgotten. But San means saint. Of course. It's like San Salvador and everything else. Next. Now let's have a look at the proximity map mode. You can access it from the proximity tooltip similar to what you did for control. Yeah. Alright. Except I don't know which major category. Control is under. Probably something to do with the people. Society. Culture? Religion? No, I'm bad at this game. They're telling me where everything is, but I can never find it again. Each province has control. Oh, wait. If I go to the capital, it shows me right away. Oh, because we're in that specific tooltip. True, but before we went to the tooltip, how did we find it? Let's go back to normal. I don't know if it'll let me go back to normal. You know, it's a little bit interesting. You could instantly see. That's too much information. We shouldn't have this level of information available to us in foreign countries, I don't think. Now, without certain spy levels or espionage levels or something like that. Anyway, Portugal is our enemy. Still, that's not what I'm looking for. Where? Infrastructure. Infrastructure is what we're looking for. I can't tell which tab at the top is currently selected. Is any? Infrastructure. This is weird. Here's a back button. It's not giving me my tooltips back. Supposed to be a button down here. I think I was guess. Oh, and it's not letting me go forward. I thought it was gonna let me go back forward. Uh-oh. Get lost in the tutorial. Over the task. Over the tax base. Hover over the tax base. Come on. Oh, this is the city. Okay. Maybe okay. I was saying I was looking at the province before, not the city. So I can't pass the tutorial again. Hover over the tax base. What are you doing to me, game? What? What? Oh, man. And why are we at 20 frames per second? Suddenly? Doesn't like this map mode. 17? I don't know how to change map modes with the keyboard. And I don't think it's going to let me anyway. Ooh. Oh. I did a search. I want to mention, oh, let's downvote that. Ish. People advocating for WASD. Pro tip, ASD sucks. Needs to be ESDF. Anybody who's a touch typist. Number 3 key is supposed to be right above your middle finger. All fine and good until you have to spell real words or use numbers. Also, like if you compare where your right hand is, you know, it's like 3 keys over to the right of your right pinky. Like say the left bracket, the right bracket, and the backslash. Or the minus sign, the plus sign, the backspace sign. You got like 3 keys over to the right. Whereas normally you'll have 1 key to your left. The shift, caps lock, tab. Just 1 key. But when you're on WASD, there's 0 over to the left. It's very, very unbalanced. ESDF is clearly preferred. That's a big distraction. Well, we are distracted because the tutorial appeared to be broken. Which game were they talking about in this Paradox thread? Compared to Rome. Oh, jeez. Anyway. I'm not going to find it. Alright, try again. Click on Validoid, although it should still be saved, right? Yes. Hover over this. Yes. Alright, we passed it now. like assigning the what do they call it? Quick group? What did they call it? Does it say what this is? Control group. Just like assigning the control group. If it doesn't work, just pound the button 27 times. Eventually it will. Yeah, control. Proximity. Map modes. Over control. Let it lock. Click that. Okay. Next. Next. Hover over proximity. Did I read this before? Oh, I couldn't find the proximity button. Yeah. Once we clicked on someplace else, I couldn't get back to this screen. But building roads from here will improve the proximity of other locations. That's a key point that the game hasn't told us yet. But. Proximity map mode. That should be a pretty direct relation to control. But I want to screw up, get confused the tutorial again. I want to switch between them and compare them, but we can do that later. Map modes. The proximity map modes have show locations from the capital terms. You may notice how proximity spreads further along the plains and rivers, severely hampered by mountain ranges and forests. Severely hampered by mountain ranges and forests. Severely hampered by mountain ranges, severely hampered by forests. Do we have no wastelands? Like Wyoming? Not exactly mountains. Not a forest. Indeed, topography and vegetation play a very important role in the calculation of proximity, so does the presence of human-made infrastructures like roads and ports. Ports. There's an implication here that ports increase proximity. I hadn't thought about naval roads yet. Okay. Clicking on different locations while on this map mode will show you the path they are using to reach the capital. We'll show you the path they are using. I don't know if we have any roads yet. I think we do because I either see roads or horrible rivers. I'm sort of thinking that might be a horrible river. Gotta be a road. Is it a road or a river? I mean, it can't be a river. It doesn't go to the ocean. How about that? Unless it does. I'm going to call that a river now. Especially because it ends in Porto. Alright, that's got to be a river. Just, why are my rivers gray? Please make my rivers blue. Game. I mean, but we're never going to find anything interesting. Who's going to take a surprise path? I mean, it would be interested if enemy units are going to be interrupting the supply chain. That effectively my supply chain also, perhaps? I mean, that's when it gets interesting, right? Okay, so red has like 0 proximity. Speaking of that, yeah, our other map mode had numbers. This does not have numbers. But I get the impression these are more concrete radiations. No, there's subtle differences. I thought maybe, you know, it'd only be going 10, 20, 30%. But it'll have 72 or 69. $60 or 62, yeah. Okay. Okay, next. Also, regarding the ports, it'll also be curious to see once we're able to do over a body of water. That'll be interesting. But when you're a rather contiguous blob, probably nothing much interesting. There are dozens of different map modes. Yes, that's one of the first things I checked out. Barely. Like I already demonstrated, we went straight to the tactical view. The tactical map mode, 2C. Terrain types for combat. What's funny is, when I was thinking about what I was going to do, I was like, let's just sit down and start a war. Which was probably going to be invade Grenada. And the introduction talked us out of that, because it said we're probably going to be able to subjugate them and assimilate them peacefully. At least if we do it right. But now we've also spent 3 hours just reading the tutorial. Just because that's why, you know, it's like, well, the first thing I'm going to want to know is there an easy to use terrain map mode? And there is. So I was ready to do the combat. After I receive all this information, I'm not going to want to do combat anymore. I mean, but just, anyway. That's what I intended on doing first, and 3 hours later, here we are. Map modes! There are dozens of different map modes in this game. I don't know if I'm lying about the time, but I doubt I am. I could check. I'm just guessing now. Yeah, we're working on 4 hours. Yep. It said it was a short tutorial. It did say that. There are dozens of different map modes in this game that can be used to display all sorts of data. For instance, you might be interested in various markets around the world or distributions of population within your country. You can access all the map modes by hovering over the widget at the bottom of your screen, selecting a specific map mode. Feel free to explore, but do not feel like you need to get acquainted with all of them right away. Hey, we get to explore? Yay! This is like our first... open exploration. They give us permission to explore finally. But yeah, anyway. I don't want to, and there are a lot, like all of these. This is a great example that this appears to be so much better than EU4. It's like one of the mods, you know, was increasing the default 10 map modes into 30. So they're like, oh, fine. Well, we'll give you 60 map modes in this one to start with. Well, maybe not that many. And then these are the hotbar for the map modes, I'm sure. I mean, here's Great Powers. I was hoping Great Powers didn't exist. I really, really hope they changed it. And I feel bad saying that because I'm afraid DDR Jake, he was a fan of the map modes, and I think he might have programmed them. And I'd hate to criticize him. But the concept of that was, like, the top 5 nations in the world have a bonus. And that's completely counter to everything that I like. But first of all, just that you're either 6th or you're 5th, right? it's a huge gap. I like things to be gradual. And also just it's almost a nonsense idea because the best 5 in the world don't need any extra bonuses. They're already the best 5. Almost doesn't make any sense to me. Ridiculous. Whatever made them the best 5, it's because you're already counting their bonuses. That's how you reach the conclusion that they're the best 5. Because they have more advantages. You already counted the advantages. You don't give them more. Anyway. Rant over. We don't know yet. But great powers. Okay, yep, map mode. Great. Alright, so there's some brown splotches. Alright, we got, I see France, I see Byzantium, I see Mamluks. There's a lot of the world we don't see. China. Wait. I do see Delhi. Unexpected to be a great power. I don't know, and I'm not going to look what the difference between medium gray and orange and I don't even know. This is such a mix of colors, I can't even express it as a color. It's a little bit of an orange, gray, blue. How can it be orange and blue at the same time? It would have to be green if I'm trying to assign a hue to it. It doesn't appear green at all. Anyway, Anyway, yeah, we just looked at it. Yeah, that's how we're doing. Just looking at map modes. But not Spain. That's unfortunate. I sort of would have expected Spain. Although, I know we're not close to our golden age yet. We're sizable. And where's Britain? Can't barely see England here. Alright. Next map mode. Check out a couple. And just to mention, if you didn't catch it at the start, I disabled the 3D terrain. Just because. Not needed. I really have no interest in it. I don't know why it's there. But it is there if you want better looking maps. And I'm noticing again our frames are dropping below 19. Oh yeah, we changed back to normal map mode. Does that fix our frames? That was one thing I wanted to check. Yeah. Is there memory leak? You run the game for 4 hours. Your frames keep getting worse and worse. Or did it happen when you ran the game for 1 month? That's very possible, and I was wondering about it. Because when you spawn into a new game, there might not be a lot of troops on the map. Maybe you have to run it for 1 day and everybody raises their troops for whatever wars might be going on. And once you're rendering all the 3D units, it slows down the frames. But I did have this set so that we were barely falling below 50 ever. Usually 60. Yeah, that's weird. But we don't got to worry about it yet. Nothing's going on. But we can't restart the game until we're done with this tutorial. But yeah, let's get some app modes. Why not? This is a fun thing, and we don't want to check them all out. But some of them, government types. That's a big deal. Monarchies. Some kind of tribal in Ireland rings a bell. Tribe. Hey, all right. Red will be. Oh, you can see Republic. Step Horde. Nice. Probably something different in China again. Could there be something different in India? Yeah, monarchy. No, yeah, Rajas. I had another thought. First of all, administrative in Byzantium. That wasn't my other thought, though. No, republics, okay. Tribes, hordes. I had another thought. And it wasn't theocracy. Theocracy, right? Nice. Oh my god, theocracies better be playable. Not to mention republics, too. In EU4, I always wanted to play as the Papal States. I don't know what my other thought was. It left my mind. Yeah, just as government types. It's not a big deal again. Yeah. I don't need to spend this much time on it. Let me say map modes. Yep. Court language. I'm sure there's languages. Army-based. Show only army-based countries. Alright, this is scaring me. Building-based countries? Population-based countries? Army-based countries? What? Concept makes no sense to me. Well, there are some building-based countries, I guess. Population-based countries. Finland. So, sort of like tribals tend to be migratory. Whereas you're not actually a settled place until you build buildings. Is that what we're getting at here? But I don't want to misuse the game's term of tribal government. Because we're not talking about government, we're talking about population-based versus building-based. What is army-based? Okay. Golden Horde makes sense. Iraq. Yeah, I don't know what these mean exactly. And note that we checked out all three of those types. It definitely did not. It didn't even tell us what we are then. So, I don't know. Don't know. Country ranks, dynasty. Dynasty. Nice. Well, that might be worth a glance. Come on. Yeah, Andre. No? No. Andrew. Do. Dabagornia. Gornia. Also Dabagornia. They spell it differently. And that's why we're enemies. The Barcelona. I didn't know Barcelona was a dynasty. Capit. Plain J. Feel bad for never knowing how to pronounce that. Who's Orléans? Orléans. Where's Paris? Bay de France? Bay de France is a dynasty name. No, it's not. No, those, what? I clicked on the one next to it. Maybe. Did it change my map mode? Yeah, we're not on that map mode anymore. Or are we? Oh, it changed. It changed what we're looking at. We're political. Yeah, it keeps changing. Don't change it. Go to Dynasty. Right? I'll get rid of that. Is it a zoom level thing? It's a zoom level thing. Yeah. These are dynasty names. If I zoom in one more level, it changes to the province names. Okay. So that's Francis de Montfort. Wait, Ile-de-France is not part of France yet. I mean... No, it is. I'm getting ahead of myself. Integration, stability. Really? You can just throw up a map mode and see who to invade? Because they're not stable? That's gotta be bad, right? Negative 40 stability. That's not in good shape in Delhi. Greece-ish? Byzantine, okay. Okay. Tax-based development, for sure. Now, I have no clue what prosperity means. Apparently that's another game mechanic that's new. We generally would have called prosperity development before. Oh, Italy's loving it. They're good in Tuscany. Lots of greens going on there. Oh, and Delhi. Nice. High development, but low stability right now. Okay, Eastern Europe tends to be orange. Europe proper tends to be yellow. We're a bit more on the orange side here. That's the segue between Europe proper and the low development in Northwest Africa. Hmm. Also clearly a trend progressing from England to Ireland, and Scotland being very low also. Iceland's black. Okay. Most of Arabia is horrible. Okay. No more. I want to glance at raw materials. It sounds... Fruit. Where's our capital exactly? Oh, alright. I was afraid that it's gonna... These icons were gonna change if we... I was afraid of zooming in too much, but I zoomed in and it showed me the information I want to see. Yeah, we got... Oh, it even says fruit, wheat, livestock, fur, wool, legumes, lead. Nice. I mean, it feels like there's a lot. Copper, tin, salt, fruit, fish, iron, sand. What's this? Medicaments. A wide variety of plants and animal products have been used throughout history to treat all kinds of illnesses due to their medicinal properties or supposition thereof. Some were more based on actual properties than others, while in some cases it was more of a matter of belief in their effectiveness, aka superstition. Lumber? Beeswax. Yeah, they got some good ones here. Yeah, I think getting the impression they did a good job. Silk. Saffron. Saffron, awesome. Alum. Clay. Yeah. Dyes. What's Iceland got going for him? Huh. Um Also, I mentioned scale earlier because of zone of control. This map is a much more smaller scale, which is an excellent thing. Um, Speaking of, like in CK3, Iceland is only 4 provinces. And I think in EU4, I think Iceland is only 2 provinces. And here it's... even, yeah, that's 3. It's a lot. It's over a dozen. Nice. And even related to that, how many sea tiles are around Iceland? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, worth noting, I'm excited to see how naval battles will be going. If, it's a big if there are naval battles, there should be naval battles. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how it was in EU4, but they weren't, they were minimal. Like, I think you just, once there's 2 in the same place, it just happens until they're dead. It's not like you ever really maneuver strategically too much. Anyway, it's a worthy statement because Crusader Kings, they always skip over the naval. They don't bother with it. Which they can get away with because they're not exploring a new land. But if they're not finding new continents. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot. But they got fish, stone, lumber, livestock, wool, and horses. Horses we didn't see, actually. And ivory. Didn't see that either. Yeah. I mean, I think if I had to play as Iceland, I think you could live there. It's very good. That's certainly true in the real world, but all right, yeah, nice. Market languages. Not gonna look at that, but yeah. The prices there. Roads, yes, please. Not sure what it's showing us. All right, the brown orange is it's impassable terrain. Is what that is. Yeah, that explains it. I didn't figure that out until now. Two roads. Okay. Two roads. Two roads. Two road. Two road. No, 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 dun, 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 dun. Two road. Two road. Lots of two roads. Can't find anything that's not a two road. Three roads. All right. Three roads looks a lot like two roads. And in the road map mode, if you zoom in far enough, you can see the roads. There we go. That we were looking for. So with our three roads, it actually makes a triangle in the middle. So is this only two roads then? Two roads? Yeah, you can see the roads. Also just simply awesome in its own way. Harder to program than you might think. Because, you know, they're not straight roads or nothing. And where's that three road go? This one. See, no? Maybe I'm making it up. All right, this three road place is connected to three provinces with roads. Whereas this two road place is connected to two provinces with roads. So maybe they did do it more simply than I thought. I thought when I glanced at this, just because it was making a triangle shape, that it made an extraneous road. But that's just how it appears after it connected this road to there, that road there, that road there. Didn't merge them all in the center, it made a circular thing in the center. Maybe that's how it appears. Alright, so I see a province that's connected to four other provinces. This one south of Leon, the one called Beneventa. And it's not connected to everything it neighbors though. Well, this one's connected to three, but that's only connected to two. Well, still. I just want to find another one with a loop in the middle and see. I want something with more. I mean, we'll find it sooner or later, once we build them. Nope, this can't go north because the mountain's in the way. What happened to Rome? They used to have a penchant for roads, didn't they? But there's not a lot of roads going on here. Yeah, not a lot of roads yet, but okay. We do have some roads. The roads go down to coast. Maybe I'm not surprised with Portugal having to connect somewhere, but the east coast of Aragon, minor surprise. Curious. Yeah. Yeah, and like it makes sense for us, although, yeah. Of course, our four cities are all connected by road. But we see up in France that they're not. The eastern part of Normandy has a city. I don't know what city that is. Calais is further north, Normandy's further west. I mean, Normandy's not even a city as far as I know. I don't know. Oh, that's Rouen. But yeah, so I mean, we're just saying, not even everybody has their cities connected. Um, Not so many big cities in Germany and the HRE. I don't even know if the HRE's been formed yet or anything. Oh, I've zoomed in. There's a few more. They are scattered. Like, will Ulm be one? I don't know exactly where Ulm is. The Spire, Baden, Strasbourg, Fair. That's I can see those names. Uh, Ulm was a classic start for EU4. And this shuts the names off. I think we hate that. I don't think it's ever going to be useful. Am I allowed to change the options right now, game? Well, I am. Maybe I'll check on our frames. And, yeah. What was I just talking about? All right, map. Province names always on. Wurzburg, Bamberg. I was just wondering if Ulm was a city or not. Here it is. It's on the road. Okay. It is. It's northeast of Austria. All right. Do. Populations. Migration rebels. Oh, yes. Yeah. Who's in trouble already? Ooh. Ooh. That looks like us. That's partially Portugal. Jewish zealots. And different faction of Jewish zealots. Are there different factions? Andalusian patriots. Sunni zealots. All over Aragon. Orthodox zealots in Transylvania? What are these Lombards? I don't understand. What am I reading? And why can't I see it on the text? Right. Italki Jewish. Okay. Never heard of them. Croatian Patriots. But where's their anger levels? I don't know how to read this yet. Let's not get into it. Okay. Oh. Right. Nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribesmen, slaves. Huh. Hmm. What? What are these numbers? That's a lot of slaves over in the horde. And Poland. Crimean Sunni slaves. I don't know anything about this. Nobody ever told me about the Sunnis in quote-unquote Poland. That's further east. These are the Baltic states. Might still be Lithuania. But we have these big black area here. But I was trying to think about what it might be. South of Tunisia. And it might be east, nowadays Egypt, Libya. I don't remember what's west of Libya. Or south of Tunisia. Oh, no place I live. No place I know about. In some game, it's also the state of Africa. And I think I gotta check a real map, because really bothered. I can't remember the real world anymore either. What if I use... Because of course we're going to be talking about Algeria. I don't know. I think I disconnected from my real world knowledge. Oh, what? Change Google Earth again. Right. Algeria, Tunisia. I can't even make out the countries. Libya. Libya does connect Tunisia to Egypt. There's nothing else in between. Hmm. Wow, I broke my brain sometimes. Certainly within the last year, I've at least named all the countries in the world at least once. I do that from time to time. Thanks for hanging out, Immortal Slayer. Yep, gotta make it to muster in the morning. Don't want to be late. Have a great night. Hope to see you again. Thank you for your service. Okay. I did already glance at religions earlier. Languages. I didn't really look at cultures, but it's holy sites. I do want to glance at just because. Is Cordoba one? I'm not sure I understand the map mode. So I guess green splotches. Just yeah. Canterbury, yes. Chartres. Chartres. Ah, Chartres. Rome. I don't know. Caboose. Santiago de Compostela. Definitely not Cordoba. Nor anything in North Africa until we get to Alexandria. What's the tip called? Is that Sinai then? I don't know. Oh no, St. Catherine. St. Catherine. Huh. Never heard of it. Anyway, okay. Some holy sites, yeah. Do. It also works of art, but I don't think I want to click on that yet. Curious, but okay. Alright, we'll click on it. Oh, there are some, definitely. How about some in Spain, yeah? Toledo. And again, Holy Toledo could be a holy site at some point. I always default to Cordoba. Currently 4 works of art in Toledo. 2.5% of all art in the world. That's a 40th. A 40th of all the art in the world is in Toledo. Nice. 1 in Cordoba. 3 in Sevilla. Oh, here's 5 in Krakow. Huh. And 5 in Munchen. Munchen. There we go. Constantinople. Constantinopolis. 7. How's Delhi doing? See anything? Okay. Nothing in Iceland. Checks out. Alright, let's go. Diplomacy, opinion, great powers, power projection, antagonism, war, truces, players, victory cards. Is that a map mode that focuses on me? It is. And that's what we wanted to see. We have relations with Portugal, Aragon, England, and Naples. Now, one of my initial thoughts was piss off the French and ally with England. But what's going on now, I do not know. It's the same color as Portugal, so I don't think that's good. Portugal rivaled us. So Portugal should be bad. What to tell us? No antagonism. That's not what I expected. Why did they rival us then? No antagonism. But what are the great countries then? like France. Okay, just looking at the whole thing, you know, it just the blues pop out, but they're the friendly ones. Golden Horde is -20. And that's about it, I guess. Or maybe this one. No, we don't know. I'm surprised. Just to be really clear, there's only 4 places in the world that are neutral with us. Yet, that's to say that these 4. Well, there's another one over here. Can't tell where it is. Oh, well, a couple of them. Athens and Ceylon and Neopatria. And some of the Scottish states. But they all like us best, but it's one of them, Portugal, that chose to rival us. Okay. I just happened to notice it said return to default by hitting Control Q. So I've now reasoned that hitting Control into letters will probably change the map modes. Looking for the shortcuts earlier, excuse me. A little hiccup. We're over here. Oh, wars. How many wars are going on? There we go. What? I'm not at war. You're lying. What? Scaring me. We got 250 wars. No idea what this map mode's telling us. Figure it out eventually. But we're just taking a quick look around. In theory, this quick half hour. Antagonism, war, truces, players, victory cards. Victory cards. Rings a bell, but I don't... I don't like the sound of it, I'll say that, but okay. Tactical fortification, supply military access. The tactical, we know, we love, we need. Check fortification. Again, I did want to be I originally, things might have changed. I did originally want to be very invested in going military first. Not why we chose Castile, but still. Castile can just go to war with Granada, I'm sure. An option. But it's just... You don't want to delay getting into the military aspect. First of all, if you're ever going to be a conqueror, the gameplay, the game flow is going to be considering an enemy, are you strong enough to start a war? If yes, start the war. That's it. Win the war, you're beaten down. What are you doing now? It's like, well, you're waiting until you're powerful enough to start the next war. That's the game progression of conquering in a grand strategy game. As soon as you can make a war, do it. Otherwise, you're just wasting time. But if you're just building tall and trying to learn the basic game mechanics, like I usually do when I start to play games. But, you know, I played EU4 before, and Crusader Kings and stuff. Let's not shy away from fighting, so I figured I'd do the fighting first. But the tutorial is not guiding us that way. Anyway, fortifications. sort of see nothing, although that makes it we're better fortified near the mountains. But when I mouse over, it's not giving us anything to do with the tooltip. A little bit of dark green near the mountains, but I'm not positive whether that correlates to our... We switched to the war map mode. What happened? Supposed to be a fortification map mode. Yeah, what? I don't know what I did. My bad. Okay. This makes more sense. And it scares me. It's speaking to me about zone of control now that I see that every castle is in the zone of control. Yep. Alright, zone of control exists, so... Oh my god. It better not suck. Like EU4 does. Okay. Try to suppress the feelings of dread. Supply, yeah, sure. Well, we got roads now, so let's see what that looks like. It doesn't, alright. It's not supplied lines. Nope. It's going to be representative of how many troops can you support there. Military access should be like none. Okay. Come up here. A little weird. But again, this is just local information. It's not telling me anything about their military access, why that's colored green instead of... There's a couple other little green places. I don't know. Like that one. Diseases! I think I heard something about that. Yeah, there's a post on Reddit that said the Black Plague killed all my Jews. But yeah, diseases. I think that's new, isn't it? There's no diseases in EU4. Natural harbor suitability. Nice. It should be here. Yeah. Very important for colonization. Let me click on naval range. I don't know what exactly we're getting into, but yes. Again, playing as Castilile, that's the first thing I think about. Like, does our naval range reach South America yet? Not quite. And south where? Yeah. Actually, it's almost black to the west part of Iceland. Okay. Okay, this is weird. I don't show the individual locations. I mean, what? It's like, okay. I sort of get it, because there's always that county map mode in CK3 that nobody ever uses. But you do want it for completions. It's just weird because all we had to do is put it on any other map mode and zoom in. Not sure about the coloring mechanism. Seems suspect if there's so many yellows together. But, okay, locations. It'd make more sense in Crusader Kings where you have Duchies would be a group of counties. So they'd be the same color. But here, I think we got examples of some that might be a single color by themselves. So I don't think that's what's going on. Maybe not. They do. Alright. Oh, legend key. Something, something, something. I don't know. This is not the most useful legend key I've ever seen at the moment. Okay, what else is in the world? Provinces, right? Locations are different than provinces. Did we know that? Got too much of my screen covered up. At a glance, I'm not exactly seeing that provinces does sort of group them up into duchies. That's the only difference I'm seeing. Areas. Yeah. There's our kingdoms. And regions. Empires. Iberia, France, Britain, Ireland. North Germany, South Germany. Oh, I don't... That makes some sense with North Germany, so you can do Prussia, but I never thought about Germany being divided into North and South too much, except for one achievement. I was doing a lot of running around in South Germany. I can't imagine why exactly. Carpathia, the Balkans, Baltic, Ruthenia. I always forget about Ruthenia, because you're playing as Hungary. Yeah. Russia, the Pontic Steppe, Caucasus, Anatolia, Crescent. Persia. Just mentioning here would be the Fertile Crescent. Which crescent is that? I might have heard it before. Presume that's Arabia. Oh, does that give me more information? Crescent region? Levant, Levantine Sea, Jazeera, Iraq, Al-Arabi, Al-Arabi, Iraq, Iraq. I'm wondering what might that knowledge I mentioned. Just wondering what I possibly know about it. What? Can't. Nope. Almost. I'm really. No, I don't. I can't. Nope. Alright. What's next? And 3D map? What? I shut off the 3D map. Okay, there we go. That's our 3D map. It's looking very 2D. Where's Carpathia? That's it. When I was saying Hungary, I was trying to figure out what other words, why I never like call it Ruthenia. Call it Carpathia. We don't get a nice triangle of mountains. A little bit. Must be. Yep. Winter climate. Climate should be a quick check. Blue, green, bright green though. What? May? Mild winter? Normal winter. Anyway, it's a quick look at climate. I mean, what's it say in Delhi? Actually. Subtropical, okay. What, this too? Subtropical in... Southern France, Nice? Southern France is subtropical? I mean, nice, I guess. What? No, I think you're making it up. And, Venice is subtropical? What are you talking about? I don't think so. No, I've never been there, but, don't think so. Let me glance at how topography is different. Huh. So, whereas the tactical view is strongly derived from that. Get into that more later. But nice. This is actually what I expected the tactical view to be. But the tactical view is more useful. I mean, we got both. It's all good. Vegetation might be worth a glance, yeah. Not a lot going on. All kinds of forests up there. Really? Well, I expect that to be swamps. Swamps are very vegetative, but no, it says forest. We have any swamps? I don't think so. Just vegetation level. Really. So they're calling woods to be life force, and is there some jungle heading towards India? No jungle yet. Just forest. And desert, sparse. What's this one? That's impassable? Why is it purple? Do. Climate, winter, dangers, current weather. I don't even know what to talk about with weather. We're talking about rainstorms. I'd have to guess not, because it's not raining anywhere. I don't think it's showing us anything. Dangers. What's... Dangers exist. Even in Iceland. Whoa! Something's really dangerous. Volcano present! I see. I see. That makes some sense. Portugal. Portugal's getting the worst of it. Earthquake zone. Earthquakes. Haha. That's why we gave you that land, Portugal. Mostly earthquake zones. I mean, I don't know what else I'm expecting. I mean, floods. China. I think I did this one right. Okay, earthquake zones. Even this island is 2 provinces, 2 territories, 2 locations. Okay, and the volcano. Oh, it's striped because it's both a volcano and an earthquake. Alright, there's only one volcano in Iceland. Well, okay, curious. That's alright. Alright, I think we can continue on. Took long enough for sure. Next. We have said you need proximity to have control. How do you improve your proximity? You build roads. There are many different ways, but one of the most important one is building roads. Roads improve connectivity between 2 locations, reducing the proximity lost for all locations that use that path to reach the capital. Let us build a road from Valendoy. Notice your cost ducats. Well, where's my road map mode? Can I turn that back on? Economy. Looks like money. Roads. Okay, so we have roads going to 2 directions, but we could connect to 4 other locations. Provinces. Okay, click on the road builder button to build a road from your capital. Well, click on any neighboring location to start construction. I don't know. I want to know which one's the best. We got food. We got population. And the wrong way to go about it would be to build a road to the lowest control place. But it has merits. But the point simply is, if you look at the real world, I mean, well, the whole idea is the ones without the roads are your lowest control places. So if you built your roads in the lowest control places first, it would just be weird. You'd have no roads in your big cities that are controlled. I mean, it's just weird. All right, but 36,000 people, 47,000, 38,000, 33,000. All right, and this is looking arid or something. It's a plateau, a grassland plateau. What? farmland plateau. There you go. What's up, Penafiel? Both of them are inland location of Penafiel. Whalar is also plateau, grassland. And this is another farmland, I guess. Still a plateau. Let's build one over this direction. What's that place called? Penafiel? Just click it. Oh, no. Over to, well, I guess either way. Maybe the wrong person paid for the road. Yeah, I broke the tutorial. Because I dragged the road that way rather than dragging it that way. I mean, we can drag it someplace else. Which we're going to go to Torsadilla, I believe. Is our second choice? Nope, having problems. Okay. Yeah, we built 2 roads. Oops. Bravo, the road is now under construction. It'll take some months to finish. You can see the construction progress in the circular widget on the map. Hey, Cracketer. It's going okay. It's going slow. Which I knew it was going to go slow, and I was taking it slow. But I swear it said this was a quick tutorial. And it's been 5 hours, so now I'm frustrated. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't mind spending time. But I swear it said quick. We built some roads. New feature, and we're happy to see it. There's a lot in this game that's looking really, really great compared to EU4. Now I played EU4 for like 1,500 hours until 2 years later, they broke a major mechanic of the game. No, they added a mechanic of the game that ruined the whole game for me. But as having played it for 1,500 hours, certainly rave about it. And so far, this one has such more added detail to it, whereas EU4 was probably the most complex game I ever played. This is adding so much to it that does seem to be meaningful and well done so far. I can't imagine not recommending this game. But for what this game is not, though, is reading tooltips for 5 hours. And that's the only thing I have to show for you tonight. But no, roads is a new feature, and we can clearly see the brown roads in the whole world. We're playing as Castilile. Once it finishes, proximity to target location will improve accordingly. You'll see its control rise. The construction of buildings, RGO, is our resource gathering operations. Regiments work very similarly. They cost ducats. Some require goods from the market. Some take time to complete. If we click back on our capital here, does it tell me right here how long the road's going to take? No. Here it tells us someplace. We'll get into that later. My goal is to learn the game. I'm such a simple man. That's... They had 6 recommended starts for beginners. It's like Hungary, Castile, Norway. I sort of thought they were a little bit weird choices. Other than Castile, the Ottomans. Still, the Ottomans make sense. I don't remember if England was one or not. Probably. I think so. And some 5th one. But, what's Dutchland called? The Netherlands? Yep. I think that was it. But the whole point of EU4, as I see it, the time frame, a big concept of it is to discover the New World, to form your colonies. Therefore, I pick Castile. But that's that. But I've said a couple times, before I started the tutorial, I was like, well, let's try out combat. But 5 years later, 5 hours later, I mean, 5 hours later, we still haven't mentioned combat. But, yeah, you can. And I would even show you that right now. I want to show you that, but I have to finish the tutorial first. Otherwise, I got to go through the tutorial again, right? I don't want to do that. All roads lead to Valladolid. Maybe I'll start clicking faster, though. Yeah, the outliner. We know, generally. Open the context menu, pin a country or other location to the outliner. The first thing I did was I looked for the country of Pagoo. I don't... Like, personally for me, it was a meme from EU4. But I don't know if it was a meme for other people in EU4. I have no idea why at some point I became focused on Pagoo. But that's somewhere over in Indonesia, like east of Bangladesh, northeast Indonesia. And the real country is now called something else. Pagoo's just a province within it, but yep. But I could have picked Iceland. And of course, everything, the #1 single province to play as in EU4 was Ulm. And of course, that's still a thing. Ulm is on the road northeast. Here's Ulm. That's a separate state that would be within the Holy Roman Empire. Right next to Austria. Oh, there's another Austria. Right, Austria has 2 clusters. Yeah. You can, a big surprise to me, you can start as countries in the New World. I grew up in Pennsylvania, New York. They added that to EU4. They added it, I guess. So I played as the Iroquois, but that wasn't present unless we played as Seneca. But that wasn't, neither are present under that name in the New World here. But I did, the closest to me would be the Onondagans. Ironic, because my sister's half Onondagan. But Indian tribes. Native American tribes, excuse me. I think there is nothing. I might be wrong. I think there is nothing in Australia, for instance. But there was one that you could pick close to Australia and in Indonesia. But it just in the islands. Micronesia, that's what we call it, Micronesia. I don't know if I looked at the name of what it was. Anyway, let's keep going. This is what I do. This is why I can't read faster. I spend half my time just interacting with chat. That's sort of what we're supposed to do. Do. Our roads are building, it says. Is that what it's telling me? Yeah. Yeah, gravel road to Valendote. The other one says expand farms. I didn't know I was doing that. Okay. Opening context menu. Then look for the star. Pin our capital to the outliner. Now, location Valladolid is pinned in the outliner. Most of that's covered up by my webcam. Before we finish, let's go over a couple extra UI elements that you need to know, starting with the outliner. Before we finish, see, now it's teasing me. Hasn't mentioned military. Is half the game, if not more than half the game. This is before we finish. Let's go. But yeah, there'll be 200 countries you can play. For sure. It's going to be more than 200, isn't it? All these little states in a... Probably 50 just in the HRE. Well, no, then again, yeah, a lot of them are uncivilized. As mentioned, so yeah, maybe 200 is a fair guess. Oh, Oh, already. Yeah. I thought it already changed the name. Automation, nicely done. You'll be able to access everything. We're almost done with the introduction. It says it again, almost done. Open the automation panel highlighted. Where did that come from? Has that always been there? This whole game? I never noticed these buttons before. All right, ledger, find, Europedia, automation, hints, agenda, main menu. And I have to sort of mention, have you played any of the Paradox games? All these grand strategy games. Paradox sort of been, I want to say, leading the way with their embedded tooltips. Like, this is telling us what the ledger is, but it'll tell us what a population is. Tells us what a location is, which will tell us what a river is, which will tell us what the navy is, which, talks about your maritime presence, whatever that is, which of course depends upon your ports. Then ships, which is it's able to carry food, which talks about starvation. And anyway, all I'm saying is, so they've been doing these embedded tooltips for 15, 20 years now. 15, I guess. The interface is going really good. Looks great. Working very well. A little bit. One of these screens. A classic paradox problem is illegible fonts. Which is not horrible in this game, but there is a question mark. Sort of like here. I am streaming at 1080p, so every pixel you should be able to see. One of these had negative numbers, positive numbers. With this size of font, I could not tell the positive sign from the negative sign. Sort of remembering what it was, but I don't remember which tab it was under. Not these, this is a bigger font. I think like these, you could, but it's not showing it. It was a red positive that I couldn't see. Most positives are green, right? Yeah, I think it was inflation, so economy. Had to do with our taxes. Again, this is a bigger font, actually. I don't remember where it was, but yeah. Not horrible, but there's a couple spots where they're using an exceptionally small font. And I don't think the default font's the best for readability, but you're always going to be able to download a font mod. And I wanted to state, I said Paradox has a history of it, but Stellaris knocked it out of the park. Stellaris is incredibly readable. I don't think it's not nearly as impossible as Cities in Motion was. Okay. Automation. Open the automation panel. I've been keeping automation notes. From inside this panel, you can control which aspects of your country the game will manage for you. For now, we recommend you stick to what has been set up and go back to this panel when you feel comfortable with the basic features. And that's part of it. Learning all the new mechanics in this game. I'm quite willing to have a lot of automation done until I learn it myself. Optionally, you can decide whether you want to automate your advances in your cabinet or leave them manual. You can learn more about these features. Yes. Automation. Balance trade. Well, there's a whole category for that, so I don't really need to write down a list on my paper. I don't know how to draw a cogwheel. Very cumbersome. I can draw a circle around the Star of David. It sort of looks like a cogwheel. Buildings are not okay. Not balance, not trade. Production methods are automated. Buildings are not. Close and open buildings. What? Wow. Just something like that. Sure. In EU4, once in a while, you'd build a building. Once in a while. Not too much. But not only can we build buildings all the time, there's some kind of opening and closing it to turn them on and off. It's just another layer. There's so many new features and so many... And each new feature has layers on it. Pretty deep. Subsidized buildings. Let the game subsidize unprofitable buildings that provide necessary resources for your economy. Destroy buildings, destroy state buildings, the resource gathering operations. None of these are automated. Research, laws, government reforms, cabinet, parliament, estates, cultural acceptance, religious doctrines. Mentioned something earlier with control. With proximity. There's a lot of features that were mechanics in EU4 that are now divided into 2 or more different mechanics. And not trivially. Sounds like it's well done and meaningful. I am very much for simplifying stuff, whereas if I could take 2 similar features, I'd probably try to make it all the same feature. That's like saying in EU4 there was never roads before, but now there are. Roads are always a good thing. Felt like it was missing in EU4, of course. People coming from civilization would be hoping would be expecting us to have roads. Anyway. Diplomatic interactions, rivals, exploration colonies, army construction, navy construction, replace generals, replace admirals. Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, this is all... Yeah. This is going to take me an hour to go through. Another important element you'll be using during your campaigns is alerts. Alerts I'm very familiar with. Of course. They will appear underneath the top bar and inform you of a variety of matters that will eventually need your attention, sorted by the level of urgency. That's new. Just, yeah. Sounds like they made a major improvement here. Sorted by presumed level of emergency. They've never done that before. They had a fixed order. And similar to the banners on the right-hand side, but those are... Well, that's my outliner. Let me shut that off. Oh, never mind. It just shut off. Those were always chronological. But it also seems now that they're ordered too. Good stuff as far as I'm concerned. Note you will not get alerts related to parts of the games you have automated. Most alerts have... That's a little weird. Like if an emergency came up with something that's automated, I'd want to know about it so that I can it's still, either way, just saying. Most alerts have a related hint that will help you address it. You can shift click on an alert to open a corresponding hint. Believe you. I don't even know which one I clicked on though. The strategy of price manipulation has many layers. With enough cunning... Well, you changed. Can't change when I'm reading you. We were moused over it too. Unprofitable buildings. Is that what I clicked on? I did click on unprofitable buildings. Okay, anyway. Shift click works. Red to green, including blue. Why do you not say red to blue? That's just interesting. So I've been reading stuff for 5 hours, and we have not yet got to the Welcome to Europa Universalis 4 alert. Although it's talking about what we're doing. This tutorial is through the agenda, but it's it's just ironic. The last thing we look at will be Welcome to Universalis 4. Yeah. 5. Most alerts have related... Yes, next. Oh, Lastly, we recommend you have a look at the agenda. Lastly, it says lastly now. At the beginning of every game, we will find a little bit of historical context for your country and a collection of those hints most relevant to your current situation. Open the agenda. All right, so I just want to say a part of what I'm feeling right now is I wanted to take tutorials slowly, but it said it was short. That's related to why I was taking it slowly, nonetheless. But like I'm already burnt out and I've streamed long enough. But I'm not going to quit until I get into combat and conquer the world. Well, at least win my first fight. Ooh-do-do-do-do. We can find a little bit of historical context for your country and a collection of those hints. I'm just reading words and they don't mean anything. But yeah, we know about the agenda. I talked about that. Oh, this is highlighted. I didn't see that blinking over there. Okay, we have read this. We started with this open at the game. And here's the button that popped this up. Start our learning walkthrough. But will King Alfonso XI and his successors be able to deal with these threats to the crown of Castile, both at home and abroad? We got no allies. Want to do some research. Starting advice for... Did we read through that? Yeah, we did. Subjugate Granada. And that's what I was saying. Part of the reason I picked Castile is because, well, we can just go invade Granada. We should be able to get it done. But now it says subjugate Granada. And something after 10 years, we're going to be able to annex them. But so are we subjugating them through diplomacy or through military means? But the game wants me to. So then I thought maybe I'd be peaceful for a little while. We are supposed to be friendly with Morocco, by the way. It said something about that in here too. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me find that line. I didn't know there were friendly relations between Castile and Morocco. Is it worth mentioning that EU4 started in 1444? So we're starting 110 years earlier in this game. Therefore, I don't know a lot about the state of the world 100 years before EU4 starts. I do know a fair bit about 400 years before it starts, because 1066 would be the Battle of Hastings and the start of Crusader Kings. But anyway, what did it say about that again? Now it's making me a... Oh, here we... No, I think I misread it before. Sounds like Morocco's the enemy now. Do. The Nasrid Emirate of Granada continues to menace our country since the emirate became independent a century ago, backed by powerful Sultanate of Morocco. I mean, but Granada's backed by Morocco. I think the first time I read it, for some reason, I thought it was saying Castile was backed by Morocco. Oh, never mind then. Kill them all. Alright, anyway. Yes, open the agenda. Next. On to missions. Wasn't that finally? Didn't it just say finally? Oh no, now it's saying we are now at the end of the basic walkthrough. We advise you to proceed on embarking on a mission, which is not... Oh, here it is. Okay. Depending upon your selected play style, missions will offer different goals and reward to guide through your initial steps in your verse 4. Hey, pedal. Oh, no, I can't read anymore. I don't know what happened. Once I turned about 40 years old, if I ever read more than a paragraph, I'm asleep. Spent most of my life reading, but my body gave it up when I turned 40. It's really weird. Definitely after 40. I have to make a guess. 42, 44. It's just really strange. Mm. Well, the true history of what? Vatican assassins? Anyway. Yeah, I do read a lot. Uh, the hardest thing I saw in EU4, what I've had most trouble finding information about, was the country of Pagoo that I mentioned earlier. The Wikipedia article on Pagoo is much better than it had been. I just looked at it again tonight. But 12 years ago, whenever EU4 came out, it was really hard to find a mention of Pagoo on the internet. But yeah, so another big part of it is you don't retain anything. You have to go through things more than once. You know what I mean? There's just too much knowledge in the world, which also until I played EU4, I had zero interest in history always. I'm trying to recollect, but yeah, history was my least favorite subject in high school. It's amazing how much I do know now. Just that I essentially owe all to EU4 and looking stuff up. And like I mentioned, in EU4, I made one significant change. I convinced them to make Hejaz a vassal of the Mamluks. And the only thing I ever heard about any of that before that would have been just the fact that I'm a Marine, and therefore Marines use a Mamluk sword. So I had heard of what the Mamluks were, but still didn't really know. Anyway. Yeah, I'm generally too busy playing games to read and watch YouTube much. Good luck. All right. Open a government panel. Open a missions tab. Pick a mission focus. All right. Yeah, Pedal. I don't know yet, but I see it now, I think. It was new to me that the starting nations were also outlined by, like, I think there are 6 recommended nations. And there are probably 2 economic, 2 political, and 2 expansionary. And that's also why I picked Castilile as one of the expansion ones, because, again, that's what I see It's the age of exploration. Just it's a fundamental basis of the game that let's start with expansion. Which it was the Ottomans and Castile that were expansion. Political was Naples. That's one I didn't say. Naples and Norway were both political. I couldn't imagine why Norway was political. But so be it. And economy then was Netherlands. And I had forgotten about Naples before, but I think I said what the other country was last time I tried. Anyway. And someplace else. Was it Britain? Or not? I didn't remember. Right. Oh, to do a pick of it, but expansion. Yes. Start the expansion walkthrough. Ah. Yeah, it's just killing me. I spent too long doing the tutorial. Which I was taking it slow because it said it was short. Not short at all, bro. Let me go get some more coffee. We'll continue with the expansion walkthrough. Oh. Okay. I'll say one great resource for history is the subreddit Ask a Historian. Which I think the whole purpose of that subreddit is to say that the history subreddit really sucks. But Ask a Historian gets really serious about their history. Oh. Alright, open the military panel. I mean, this is what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do at the start. But, say it again, the start was 6 hours ago. In here you'll see an overview of your armies. In the event of a war, armies can be moved across the map to engage enemy armies and occupy enemy locations. Armies are composed of regiments, of 3 different types. Levies are raised from your population through estates and are generally weak but cheap to maintain. Okay, checks out. Regulars are professional soldiers that you need to pay and train require manpower. Regulars is a new term for us, but regulars is a term I use every day, which we just discussed a couple days ago. Somebody thought U.S. Marines were special forces. It's like, no, they're not. I was a Marine. Marines are regular army. Require manpower. Mercenaries can be hired with ducats to die for your country so long as you keep paying. Yep. To start the game, most countries... Maybe I should back up. What was in the previous game? And what's in Crusader Kings? Crusader Kings 3 is men-at-arms. And we're noting... Right. I don't remember a lot about EU4 anymore. Again, I quit playing EU4 after about 2 years. Because they made a significant change that I don't like anymore. Anyway. Okay, at the start of the game, most countries will primarily rely on levies from their states to wage your wars. But as time progresses and advances are made, there will be a shift in professional regiments where require manpower. Navies are the naval equivalent to armies. Wait, what did you just switch to regiments again? Professional regiments. I was a little surprised they said professional regiments rather than saying regulars. Regular regiment. Okay. Navies are the naval equivalent of armies and follow a similar pattern with naval levies and professional ships requiring sailors. We did have different ship types in U4, didn't we? I don't know. We should take a moment to talk about manpower. As we mentioned, regular regiments require manpower to be recruited, but also to be reinforced if they ever suffer casualties. Manpower comes from military buildings that employ soldier pops. Okay. Don't know why this is grayed out. Like, hard to read. Early on, you can generate manpower by constructing a sergeantry building through the production panel, but will gain access to more sources as you discover new advances. You can learn more about manpower in the manpower hint. We haven't looked at any of the hints, really. We've opened a couple, but it's just a lot more reading to do in the future. Really, for now, I just want to get through the tutorial and even haphazardly start a fight, probably, and win and lose and wrap up the stream for now. Now that we have covered armies and navies, we should talk more generally about war on Casus Belli. War starts when a country has issued declarations of war upon another one. A war can be declared for a legitimate reason, known as a Casus Belli, which will make the peace negotiations easier for you. That's the notable thing not to gloss over there. If we're able to start wars without a Casus Belli, we better win, because otherwise it's going to be hard to find a peace deal. That's what that's implying. I think you could do that. You can't do that in Crusader Kings. But I think in EU4 you could start a war without a Casus Belli. It'd be horrible. It's bad, but you get punished for it. But looking forward to it. All right. Oh yeah, it goes on to say that going to war without a Casus Belli is still very possible, but will have a bigger impact on your stability. Yeah, it's majorly what it was. Although we still don't know. I already looked at that. Stability in EU4 is very simple, going from -3 to +3. But in this one, we don't know, but I guess the range is -100 to +100. Anyway, we'll figure it out soon enough. I'm really surprised it doesn't say such details when you look at the definition of stability. It says it tends towards 0, but it doesn't say what the minimum and maximum is. But we know it's at least 21 positive because that's what we started the game as. Speaking of that, we did run the game for 1 month as the tutorial instructed. Did it happen to increase from 21? Do I recollect that it was 21 properly? Ability. Oh, that's up here. It's a scale 29. I probably misremember then. Yeah, actually looking at the decimals, I think it was 29.90. I don't think it changed in 1 month. The best way to obtain a casus belli is by requesting one from your parliament through the government panel. Now, I think that was added to EU4, but it's well after I stopped playing the game. Creating spy networks in a foreign country will also allow you to fabricate a casus belli against them if you have cores in their land or your rivals. What? I didn't understand. I thought that was a period someplace. Creating spy networks in a foreign country will also allow you to fabricate a casus belli against them if you have cores in their land or if you're rivals. Okay, checks out. Portugal rivaled us, but I don't think we rivaled Portugal. No. But parliament. I'm not used to using a parliament. When declaring a war, keep in mind that your enemies, allies, and subjects will likely enter on their side. Allies and subjects, yes, makes sense. Although, that a subject is a state. In usage of everyday subjects, as in subordinates, you might think of individuals, or groups of individuals. But remember, this is a full-fledged state, vassals. Try to think of the other name of... I think there's another one that begins with an S. It might tell us, how many different types of subjects are there? Any country that is subordinate to an overlord. Some subjects are non-sovereign subjects. Wait, I think I saw subject types. Every subject has a subject type which essentially outlines the rules that it must follow in regards to aspects like war and succession laws. Subject types also dictated by the subject taxation and great power score that each subject must surrender to its overlord. But what are the types? Yeah. This game sometimes, it's fine. It's just funny because like there's 1,000 tooltips that'll tell you 30% of what you want to know. What would the solution be? Make 3,000 tooltips then instead of just 1,000, or anyway. You'll look it up on the wiki usually, but it's going to take a long time for that to get developed. Paradox was very great with their wikis that they manage their own, but just like all wikis, they've declined over the years. It's almost impossible with these games that release major features every 3 months, if not more often. So that every other page of the wiki has to be updated. Just never gets done. Alright, anyway, though, next. Every war is won through the accumulation of war score, which can be... I'm not positive I finished reading that. Yeah, casus bellis, definitely. We know about that. Accumulation of war score by winning battles, occupying locations, achieving the war goal. War is fought with the war goal, which depends upon the casus belli of the attacker. This is all very standard for Paradox. War has 2 war leaders, both of which can have multiple war allies. Now, big pick. I'm waiting for the day when we have multiple war leaders. A war with more than 2 sides to it. It can almost happen still, because you could have... I mean, Britain could go to war with France, and France could go to war with Spain. And Spain can go to war with England. That can happen in these games, no problem. But, that's regarded as 3 different wars. What about when it's 1 war? Anyway. Definitely good for simplification. We do need that. War has 2 war leaders. Ultimately, a war will end once both sides agree to a peace treaty. No. You eliminate your opponent. There's no treaty. While you can occupy enemy territories during the course of war, they will not actually change hands until the war is over and the peace treaty has ratified the transfer of ownership. Well, you're just being technicality. You can learn more about war, battles, and occupation in the respective hints. Next. War exhaustion. Forgot about that, but true. True. No war exhaustion, I don't think, in Crusader Kings. If it gets high enough, your armies and levies will do worse in battle, and your population will start to decline. Yeah, that was such a huge factor in EU4. I'm sort of thinking now, what is the mechanic in CK3 to stop a war from going on forever? Maybe there isn't one. I just can't recall right at the moment. Oh, do. But I'm a little surprised that your population will start to decline. What's the explanation for its decline? Are people emigrating? I mean, we have what would have been our manpower, which our population contributes to. They said the population that has fulfilled the roles of soldiers. But once they're killed off, let's say your army was already killed off, and you had not yet had a peace treaty. That the months and years are still clicking by because your opponent's unable to conquer your capital or whatever. They're unable to get enough war score. Is my population going to continue to decrease if I don't recruit more soldiers? I want an explanation for why my population will be decreasing from war exhaustion. Anyway, the best way to lower your war exhaustion is to be at peace. That said, there are certain laws and estate privileges that will reduce war exhaustion over time. Ah, pro tip. Yeah. Let's beeline some laws and privileges to reduce war exhaustion. You can learn more about war exhaustion in the war exhaustion hint. Next. Controlling new territories. Here we got another flowchart. Roads and harbors equate to proximity, leading to control, which improves crown power, tax base, and levies. I buy that. The new land you conquer will not be useful to you immediately. Remember, you need to control your locations. Okay, proximity. Conquered lands will suffer heavy penalties until you integrate it with a cabinet action. Okay. Okay. That's a big deal. For this reason, feels like spending cores in EU4 almost. Which I barely remember. For this reason, it is often wise to create a subject in newly conquered land to rule the land in your behalf. Create a subject. Ah. That's an interesting way to word that. Like, why did we ever create marches and stuff exactly? In the games, we did it for arbitrary benefits. March gives you more military manpower. Or more defensive, something like that. But maybe we create it because the independent subject that we want to be focused on the military. That feels good to me. We'll take a look. And we'll see. Be a while before we know how it plays out, really, but yeah. Geopolitics. Lastly, we should take a look at geopolitics panel for some words on another feature. Don't exactly want more words, but here we are. More words on another feature that might become relevant later in future ages. Exploration calls it right. It's without thinking, my first goal was to explore in U5. Recommended nations led me to be in Castile for expansion. Again, with the idea of exploration in mind, but then they say you might want to subjugate Granada. I thought they were implying diplomatically, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe they still meant militarily. But yes. But actually sitting down to play EU4 the first time is like, well, first things first, let's get in a battle. And it doesn't matter win or lose. Just your first trial game. You know, we'll restart a new campaign tomorrow. Except today's already done. And we haven't gotten to start the fight yet. Alright. Next, open the geopolitical panel. Territory, maritime diseases. Oh, I gotta click on that. Bubonic plague, great pestilence, influenza, malaria, measles, smallpox, and typhus. The game's quality is dictated by the quality of its diseases. That's just some sort of a throwback to CK2. Greatest expansion ever was... I forgot what it was called. Should have been called Everybody Dies. That's what that game sorely needed. Well, Reaper? Not Reaper's Due, is it? Maybe it was. I gotta look it up. I think it is Reaper. Yeah, the Reaper's Due is the 10th major expansion for Crusader Kings 2. Okay. Good times. Fond memories. Yeah, the age of discovery, many countries will start their exploration efforts. I don't know where my ages are anymore. We're in the age of tradition, but... Forgot how many ages they said we had. At least 6. Might have been 8. Anyway. From this panel, of course, we know in real life, America wasn't discovered until 1492, they say. So that's 150 years yet. Long time. From this panel, you can see an overview of your exploration opportunities as well as any suitable land for colonization, provided you have the means to reach it. You'll gain colonial range if you research the appropriate advances. The other tabs of this panel also contain useful information about the land that you rule. You can visit the various provinces within your country. You can view the various provinces within your country, as well as the diseases present in the world. If you own any coastal location, you'll see a list of sea zones relevant to you. Is sea zone one word? You can't just make up words. I mean, you can. You did. Sea zone. That's not a word. Excuse me for being a geek, but if I wasn't, we wouldn't be playing this game. The pedant has to look up what the heck a sea zone is. What does Webster say? No, it's not a word. Could be two words. Maritime presence is two words. They can make that two words. Okay. You will see a list of sea zones relevant to you, maritime presence you have in them, and the dangers of pirates and privateers. I don't feel like that's what I'm seeing right here now. I'm looking at my roads. Oh, yeah, I'm still on the roads map board. Let's shut that off. Alright, back to a real map, yeah. That's, we are Castilile. Territory, maritime diseases. Right. Nothing to do with map modes. The Basque Coast. Cape of St. Mary is somewhere southwest here, right of us, near Seville. Right? Yeah. Sea zone can't be owned. Sevilla has 89% control of the market. Wait, is this one 100%? No, 96 also. No, 96 is higher. This was 90, 89. Round up to the 97. What's Genoa doing here? Does Genoa own? Oh, we can't see Crimea. It probably does not yet. Just always thought it was so outstanding in EU4 that Genoa starts with land in Crimea. Just reckoning when you actually read about stuff, that is also one of many topics that we looked up. At the same time, Genoa might be an interesting start, but it was more interesting when you could start with property in Crimea. The superb republic. What makes it superb? How do you get titles for your country? Alright. I want to look up a tooltip. I want the answer. This is hints. I don't think I want a hint. There was a Europedia, might be what I want. Don't exit the walkthrough. I want to go through this all over again. Even though it'd be mostly just Just clicking the buttons then, but I'll probably get through it quick enough. Uh, I want to know theocracy. Do you know my question? What? Does this work? You're telling me nothing. It didn't even come up with government types. Here you go. That's where you should have... Why did I type this in and it didn't find it? Weird. The theocracy is a government type based on the principle of divine sovereignty, where the ruler is issued from the servants of the faith, and secular matters are subordinated to religious authority. Rulers are usually chosen for life by some form of election, which allows for less disruptive transfer of power. What I want to know is, are theocracies playable? Because they haven't been yet in any Paradox game that I'm aware of. But it doesn't tell us that there. Alright, anyway. That was a side point, obviously. Yeah, words. What pane am I supposed to be looking at? Yeah, that's right. Other tabs in this panel also contain useful information. Oh, we did that. Yeah, we were looking at sea zones. That's what it was. Yeah, I don't know much about the maritime presence. What are you going to tell me here? Hire a privateer to pillage an area. Maritime presence. Okay. Whoops. Whoops. Maritime presence. Trade advantage. No. Maritime presence. Changes. Okay, the current maritime presence of Castile is near 50% here. But here, near 50%. But what is this tab? Which had unselected my territory, right? Yeah. This tab has something to do with my nation's maritime presence, which is only 0.01%. Yeah, we don't know what maritime presence means yet, but figure it out sooner or later. Eventually, and especially during the Age of Discovery, yeah, yep, pirates. Okay, next. Missions. What? Didn't we already check out missions? We glanced at it. We picked a tree. Right. Missions are packages of tasks that will give us some guidance on what exactly it is you can do in Europa or the Disaster 4. I had this job. What? That's a truth. Anybody can start that. I hate talking. And why did I say I had this job? You probably all assume at one point or another I've had a job in my life. Maybe I should start like at a previous job. But just one of my buddies, and I'd say I've been playing this game, you know, EU4. Played it for 1,700 hours, so I talked about it a fair bit at work, right? But yeah, so you know, and I would just casually say, you know, in Europa Universalis 4, it's playing Europa Universalis 4. Um, you know, and I might try saying EU4, but then he's like, well, what game is that? And then it's Europa Universalis 4. Yeah. He ended up taking the game was called Alice. Because it's a very cumbersome word, Europa Universalis. Because he asked me one time, how's your Alice game going? I'm like, what are you talking about? This is my Alice game. Its last name is Alice. Its first name is Europa Universe. You just completed the expansion playstyle intro, which means you now have access to missions that'll help you deep dive into how you can utilize these balance mechanics we just talked about. To help ease you into what comes next, you have a few missions prepared to get you started. Start an expansion mission. Regional expansion. Humiliate a rival. We don't have a rival yet. And I was unhappy that Portugal instantly rivaled us. Let it be known, highly disappointed in this tutorial. Because Portugal rivaled us. In the background. Okay. If I were to humiliate somebody, I think we'd want to humiliate Grenada. Although my first thoughts were humiliate France. But, you know, maybe that's... maybe that's neither here nor there. You just completed the... yeah. Alright. On completion of the regional expansion, while progressing towards completion of this task, our nation will be influenced. Spread of integration plus 10%. Yeah. The rewards for humiliating a rival, we will gain 20% spy network against every rival that we surpass in terms of overall strength. So humiliating everybody that's stronger than you doesn't have that benefit. We will gain 20% spy network in Morocco. Oh, well, they're kind of telling me who to. We may not be stronger than Morocco, but I bet you we are. We are a fair bit stronger than them. All right. Nice that it's the first line that it tells you. But it implied that Morocco and Grenada are allied. Can I check that out? Am I supposed to figure out who to humiliate? Where's your allies? Where's your diplomacy? They do not have rivals selected yet. Well, why is that telling me a different one? Why are these screens so different? Oh, they're not. Just my perception. Okay, they've rivaled. I wasn't alerted that Morocco rivaled us. Maybe the game started with them to rivaled. And he's rivaling Clemson and Portugal. Yeah, that's why we should be friends, Portugal, I'm telling you. Could have used you, but you rivaled me. Why'd you rival me, Portugal? Now I'm going to have to befriend Aragon. Something. You're worthless to me, Portugal, because you don't like me. Okay. Where are my missions? First tab, missions. Expansion. Or regional It just makes... I gotta... Before I expand, I gotta make him a rival. That's what I'm figuring. So we'll do the rival first. How do I complete it? But yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, it's just funny. It gives us a name, and our reward doesn't tell us what it means in this little bit. Oh. Our rivals and enemies look upon us with envy as we experience prosperity and raise our people to new heights. It is time for us to establish our superiority over those who seek to match our growth and surpass them once and for all. But if they're already looking at us with envy, you would have thought we would have surpassed them already. Yeah. But it's completed by successfully surpassing. And like I said, we already know that we are more powerful than Morocco. So how do I surpass them? What's that? What are you talking about? On completion, we'll gain spine. Yeah. I don't understand at all what this goal is. What's the measure of our surpassing? Where is our surpassedness? It doesn't say surpass them in money, surpass them in military strength. How to surpass them? Overall world rank, I'm already sure we're higher. We are 14th in the world. Morocco is probably not. 28th. And Grenada, 93rd. Whatever, we're going to just click on it, but I'm unhappy that... I understand that the mission is to surpass him. I have no clue on how to surpass him. And we haven't rivaled anybody yet. Do I have to rival somebody first? Let's find out. Oh. The mission tree. Okay. Excellent. Nice. Now you have a few missions that are accessible to you within the mission tab. Once you finish all missions for your playstyle, I sort of hate that they're calling a game mechanic your playstyle. Just distasteful. So if I have to explain my personal playstyle to somebody, I have to explain that my playstyle is to select a playstyle that allows me to... My playstyle is clicking the expansion playstyle. Oh. What? You'll be prompted to take a walkthrough similar to this in another playstyle. Good luck out there. Let's go. Really? Is that it? We're all done? We finished the tutorial? After 6.5 hours? I swear one of the first things it said it was a short tutorial. And now that that's gone, we can save. But now that's a question. I don't think we started this in Iron Man mode. I would like to get my achievements. How can I tell if we're in Iron Man mode or not? Save a game. If it load a game, it should say if we're in Iron Man or not, right? No, it doesn't. News is at the top. Let me hit load just to check this frame rate. We started with the frame rates over 50, for sure. And I was mentioning restarting the game, but we didn't want to interrupt the tutorial. Why didn't it say if it was an Iron Man save or not? They've always said that. E5, how to tell if Iron Man. There should be a small trophy icon near the UI for this. Wait, this is U4. Oh, it's already a subject. To be clear, I'm not against Iron Man mode, but I do support that cheating to get achievements does not affect anybody else. Removed by moderator. Did he have a survey in there or something? A petition to disable Iron Man mode or whatever? But yeah, the biggest problem was always that you use any mods just to make the UI look better or something. And not always. They try to make it work, but generally you're going to disable achievements because you disable Iron Man mode. It's just... Theoretically, it's supposed to work if it's only a cosmetic change, but in practical terms, that does not work. Because, strictly, for example, anything modifying the UI sounds cosmetic to me, but anything modding the UI definitely interrupts Iron Man mode. But yeah, our frames are back. Why was it at 19 frames when we exited? And just by loading the save, so that's good. I didn't even have to restart the game. I mean, but what was the difference? It wasn't just because my menus were open. What's the last thing we're looking at? Missions? Expansion? Delayed arrival? This is what we were looking at. We had 19 frames per second. There is a real bug someplace. Paradox has to hotfix immediately. I did not notice until like after 3 hours. By the way, let me go ahead and let's get this one guy banned from Twitch. Oh, he's already been banned. Well, good job other people for a change. Usually I'm like the only one that reports these people. Nice. But yeah, we don't know the details here. What's diplomatic play? This will take 0 days to complete. Any rival has been diplomatically insulted in the last 10 years. Okay? I think I can figure that. Oh, it said left click to start task. Is that not started? Well, I guess it is started. We got all these alerts. Boy. Close to being target of international organization. Oh, we can be targeted in a jihad. Of course we can. I think that's a discard. Intervene in a rival war. We can intervene in a war against one of our rivals. We don't... Do we have rivals? News to me. Diplomacy. Looks like doves. Okay. This a rival? Yes. Oh, we start the game as rivals with Morocco. I did not realize. We can intervene in a war. He's in a war? The Moroccan-Clemson war is already going on. What's it? Nice. I can't believe that the tutorial didn't touch upon combat. That's... I'll say it again, that's the most significant part of the game. Oh, lack of a commander, alright. Definitely. Fix it. That's something we can automate. And as promised, I'm going to automate as much as possible just to get the things done. Get it going. But where is the automate commander button? We got a lot of commanders. Which, number one, is nice. And I love seeing a variety of names. We got Benedicto. Although, reading Spanish is not my forte at all. Although, then again, you know, what else am I going to compare it to? It's like, yeah, French is what I know most besides English, but even English, I can't read half of their names. In Irish, there's no chance. I can probably fumble through Spanish better than Polish. Yeah, I guess can't read anything foreign too well. Well, Latin. It's just very straightforward. Not sure about Greek, but of course that's not usually written in English. There's something you don't hear every day. Greek's not written in English. Spanish isn't usually written in English either. uh, what do I mean to say there? I don't even know. What's our alphabet called? Like Roman, but numbers are Arabic. What the heck's the English alphabet called? Anyway, I was saying Greek, of course, uses a different alphabet. That's all I was saying. If your Greek's written in English, I could pronounce it. I called it English again. It's not the English alphabet. I mean, maybe it is, but there's a more specific term to describe it. Maybe there's not. Yeah, maybe I'm just being obtuse and not realizing that the simplest words are the correct ones. Our alphabet is called the English alphabet. Do. Yeah, I just, yep, that's what we're doing. Lacquer, yeah. Where's automate? Where's our military tab? The automate buttons look like cogwheels, we know that. Military doesn't exactly have sub-tabs, just armies and navies. Oh, there's... Oh! It's a hidden button! That's not cool. Do you know how much I despise invisible UI elements? Alright, new worst feature discovered so far. Hidden buttons. Oh, we can't even click on it. Oh, it's a right click here. Okay. So, did that alert go away? No? What part of it did I actually... No, that's recruiting. Never mind. Change my mind. Don't want to recruit. I just want to... Just the commanders. I gotta look for more hidden buttons. What if I right click in there? What's this one? Okay. Finding out how to automate them. It's going to be more work than doing it manually. First Army. Am I in charge of the First Army? Am I even the least bit competent? What are these numbers? Oh, it tells us. Okay. Oh yeah, we are. We's got big powers. Oh, we got people with more though. Why is his purple? It might be because purple's good. Yep, that's it. Interesting. It's using the bronze, silver, gold, purple scheme. That you usually see more in Crusader Kings. Where all the emperors are purple. Nice. I like that. Yeah, we got a 98. Some kind of a killer. What's that? Oh, but the diplomacy affects your army morale and such, and food consumption. But these journals are so detailed. This is again awesome. I don't think it's going to be overly complex by any means, and it it adds so much richness and flavor to the game. Where the administrative ability is logistics, it's a huge ability. Hmm. So yeah, we like all the big numbers. Although, considering this is a brand new game, how many of these guys are we going to end up with? 10, 10 times this amount? 100 times this amount? Really wouldn't enjoy going through the whole list and trying to like find the one with the highest average. Can't we just sort by average? I'd like to sort by the ability of a character. Which ability? Well, he looks pretty horrible and he's listed first, right next to a 91. It has a 0. 0 diplomacy. I think it must be trying to sort by some sort of an average, but the exact math would be nice to know. Let me find that guy with a 90 military again. Let me see what this adds up to. What's his total? 98 plus 23 plus 42. 163. So let me check the guy that's listed above him. I mean, that one does look bigger. Or this guy doesn't look bigger than me. 87 plus 55 plus 32 is 174. It must be just summing up all the numbers. A pretty hasty decision, but it might be. 1. $171. That's 174. This is 171. So yeah, that must be it. Morale's bad. But I mentioned we were trying to automate it. Let's see how fast we can kill our king. You're in charge of the first. You're in charge of the first army. Why am I grayed out? And it barely looked like me. Well, we did something. Should have gotten rid of an alert. Oh. The first Navy elects a commander, right? Pick the guy at the top of the list. Not overthinking anything yet. Okay, next to alert. Buildings missing inputs. Well, that sounds a little more complex. Pops with needs. Unprofitable buildings. That can be automated. That can be automated. Coming over here. Open and close buildings. Why not? And subsidized unprofitable buildings. Something, something. Hey, the alert went away. We're doing it. Underage error. I probably just can't click stuff and make them older. Maybe I can click a law that says even newborns can be king. Children! Sun, sun, sun. 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 Alright. Is it that just that we were lucky enough to get 6 children of the same sex? Or is it that we don't believe women as children exist? Doesn't seem right. By the way, where's my wife? That's my wife. Where's my girlfriend? It was mentioned. "16 years old. Is an adult. I have a sister. She's a courtier in Aragon. A ruler's older sister. And she has children. They're both male. Maybe maybe female children don't exist. But I was gonna say his name's Joan. Maybe shouldn't be surprised, but do. What the heck was I doing? I think we were appointing a naval guy. How did I get distracted? No, there was an alert for my heir. Yeah, but the thing you're not telling me here is that this oldest child is my heir. Why are you not telling me that? He's a bastard. Maybe he's not my heir. He's a bastard. He's a bastard. With all the bastards. Say it again, this is not Crusader Kings. Oh, here's my heir. I found him. Odd that there's not anything to indicate it on this screen. I mean, there could be easily a star in this portrait somehow. Anything, an icon. Just like there's a shield in the lower left, there could be anything else in any of the other corners. Could have a different colored frame. But yes, our heir is 2 years old. Not a bastard. What about that last guy? I forgot what a bastard looks like. Oh yeah, we got 5 bastards and 1 legitimate. The mother is my wife. What about the mother of these other kids? Is that how I found my mistress? Whoa. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that yet. Leonore. Yeah, we've had 5 kids with Leonore, who is... I see it. Consort is my wife. Courtier. How do we know that we have a relation, a romantic relation with her? Does she not have an opinion towards me? A little strange. I'm a little bewildered. It's just not there, but okay. It's fine. Spouses, 1. 6 children. Why am I looking at this? Because my heir is too young. Yeah, we know my heir is too young, but why do I got an alert with it? Oh, just discard that one. Kivia. Hello. Insufficient minting. Our minting efficiency is only 50% due to a lack of access to needed goods. Well, that's a problem. But yes, we're missing a lot of stuff yet. Go away, message. Oh, the game crashed! Looking at alert. Well, just don't worry about it. We were doing great until the game crashed. It ran for 7 hours until it crashed. I mean, why do stars collide? Why do winds blow? Loading game resources is in progress. Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, I did my best to answer it appropriately. I'm glad you lulled up my answer. Yeah, it's middle of the night here. 7 a.m. Are you in Brazil? I do not know what's 3 hours east of me. Now, what's funny is, I would usually have a time zone map on my screen, but it's currently been replaced by the, I'll show you. Currently replaced by, my Leap Dangerous key bindings. There we go. Yeah, Brazil is 3 hours. So, Brazil, Greenland, Argentina, Uruguay. I had an ashtray from Uruguay. Falklands. These countries, I can't remember what they are. Suriname. I'd hate to guess. I'm in New York State. Rural part, nothing here but forests and cows. Oh, and it crashed. Wow. 2 crashes in 10 minutes. That's weird. Oh, I went 3 hours the wrong direction. Jeez. Silly me. That would have made perfect sense if my brain worked. I lived out there for 3.5 years. Hated it. I like San Fran, but in Southern California, it's just way too hot for my white self. My pasty skin can't take the sun. I need trees and rivers. Which again, I like San Fran. They have trees and rivers, but I didn't spend more than 3 weeks in San Fran. 1 week the first time, 2 weeks the second time. Yeah, I don't go out. I know, because I was want to talk to one of the cashiers at my store here, corner store. But yeah, I think it's been 3 weeks since I've last outside. Speaking of that, 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to get my garbage out front. But they never come straight away almost. I better take that break now though. Thanks for reminding me that I have to go outside for 30 seconds. So I gotta put the garbage together. That'll take up to 5 minutes, not too long. I gotta be right back. Thanks for the reminder, but sorry to be leaving right away. Alright, sorry about that. Where are you at in California? What was this again? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do that again. Lack of a commander. And the Navy. Alright, don't know. Don't know. Right, automate this. Profitable buildings. Oh, build new buildings. Yeah, don't do that. Just subsidize the unprofitable buildings. Didn't work this time. What about open and closed buildings? Okay. Underage error, nothing to do about that. Inefficient minting, right? But don't know. Ships are repairing slowly. Lack of goods, okay. No current research. Alright, yep, we'll fix that. We'll do this one manually. Let me grab a coffee. Make sure I'm talking. Okay. Oh, would have been a good time to run the ads again, but whatever. I forgot. Yeah, no current research. Why did it open up that window? Age of Traditions, 68 out of 94 advances. Just to mention again, that's getting to be stupid small, hard to read, miscolored font. And the fonts down here even smaller. Do. Not sure what I'm looking at yet. Hey, we found the ages. Okay. Age of Discovery is not until 1437. So, look, at least that gives us 100 years to run around willy-nilly killing people at least. Before I want to focus on naval expansion. Do. These are the advances. This is my only option? I don't get that. I mean, like I said, 68 out of 94. Where's the other 26? Where's the other 25? Right. Yeah, there we go. Click that button. Thank you. And can we not make it fit on one screen? Not only widthwise, both left and right and up and down. All right, we have codified laws. We have written alphabet. We have windmill. Oh, I can't believe I forgot his name. Oh, Don Quixote will be happy. Yeah. Oh, he'll probably not be happy. He'll probably be mad. Yep, welcome back. Which, where are you at in California? Not too specific, of course. Just making conversation. There's just a big difference between, say, San Francisco and San Diego. Agriculture. Quarrying. Okay, not in research queue. Oh, these are separate trees. Although that one's pretty complex. Now that's a log. That one's a big one. But like this, starting here, you can draw a line down here. Yes, this one is completely isolated. It's in the one that's currently highlighted. I think we might be going left to right, top to bottom. I'm not positive. But yeah, agriculture would be pretty low limb. And it makes sense to get windmill after agriculture. Okay. I think we are going top to bottom, left to right. Yeah. And that is why this one is the one we need to organize, to research. And it's going to say requirements not met. Whereas this one will not say that. Why it's our only choice. We are now researching organized religion because it was our only choice. So the tech tree, I think, it's a little bit complex of a comparison, but it feels like there's a lot more text, a lot more advances than there are in, say, CK3. Oh, from LA? Right on. I spent way too much time at the Roxy. Or not nearly enough. Dang. Let's say not nearly enough, because if I could have, I would have kept going back there. But I came back to New York. Not quite true. I came back to Pennsylvania, then moved to New York. We're doing alerts. Okay. Yes. Possible cabinet actions. Let's instruct them to do something, perhaps. Let's glance at it. Move the capital. No. I don't know anything about my cabinet. Where's this cabinet? Oh, we don't have cabinets. And can they actually do something when I don't have one? Can hire a courtier for 387 ducats? You be kidding me. A quarter of our money. It even cost 67 ducats to just appoint somebody. Jeez. Expel people. Allow peasants to migrate. Yeah. Let's see. Define converting religion, right? Okay. Rebel crackdown, stabilize the country, strengthen the government, change societal values. To what? Well, now you just got me curious. All right, centralization, decentralization. Yeah, there are so many more mechanics added to EU4, and they've all been very detailed. And it sounds good. Really, really looking forward to playing this. Because again, I hope the combat doesn't suck. Traditionalist, innovative, spiritualist, humanist, aristocracy, plutocracy, serfdom, free subjects. Right, so I think these are generally two sides of the same coin, but I didn't get traditionalist or innovative. Oh, now I do. I just had to say it differently. All right, belligerent, conciliatory, quality versus quantity. What? Well, maybe. But in what? Regarding what? Like, this shows a gemstone, so what? Manufactured goods? Or troop quality, you know what I mean? Yeah, army maintenance. Why is it so a diamond? Because our troops are hard. I think if we were to play Spanish-like, they would go for quality. Those conquistadors were some pretty bad men. Offensive, defensive, offensive. Land, naval, naval. Capital economy, traditional economy, individualism, communalism. Not sure I get that. Individualism, communalism. But in what context? If I was governing and I wanted to promote the individual as opposed to promoting groups, what does it even mean? A country based on individualism may get more exceptional characters, while one focused on communalism is all about the greater good of society. I don't see how that's a choice. Are you saying I cannot have excellent individuals contributing to society? I mean, I think it's exactly two sides of the same coin. I think you need great people in order to have a great society. I don't get it. But yeah, let's look at these. Morale is higher. Migration speed. Estate satisfaction equilibrium -5. State satisfaction equilibrium plus 2.2.5. Revoke privilege cost. Oh. More, okay, it's more talking about like the 1%. 1%. Individualism is where 1% controls the wealth, whereas communalism would hopefully be more towards everybody owning the wealth. Is what they're getting at. Okay. I'm an artist. Where's my bot? That has something to clear chat. All right. Yeah, it's disappointing. What's I doing? Cabinet actions is what we were doing. Kind of floundering here, but... Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Oh, well, before I can do an action, I do have to appoint. I mean, we gotta do that. All right, what kind of people we got? Are these... Not very diplomacy. We don't... I don't think I need this much military power in my cabinet. Why only these 4 choices, though? I think we'd be most interested in administrative, which our minimum is 42. It's a silver medal, though. Let's take a look back at who we can appoint as a general. Yeah, we got all kinds of people with higher administrative, so I don't know why we're only getting certain choices. But I'm noting this is my best military man again, but... diplomatic military cabinet action bonuses. Let's put him on the cabinet. I don't know. He really doesn't got the other skills to stick him in combat. His troops would be awesome, but have low morale. We don't want that. Let's put him on the cabinet. Now, he is definitely military oriented. We can show character information. And that should have cost a chunk of money. Did? I think it was like 60 ducats. Could even make him head of the cabinet, but then again, the head I'd think I might want to be more administrative. Because does the head not rule over the others in a way? But let's just get a task. Are the other generals not courtiers? Let me try to remember these guys. Oh. Wait, is he the one that we just did? By chance? No, he was like in the 90s, 98. This is somebody else. It's just he also has a super low diplomacy, so I maybe don't want to use him in combat. Jeez. Let's appoint this other guy too. And we're actually going to appoint him to the head if we can. Promote to head of cabinet. We lose 5 legitimacy. Well, I just wanted... Am I in the cabinet or not? Do I get... If the cabinet was a voting body, surely I would get a vote. Oh, it doesn't. We'll figure it out later. Let's make him... Why not? Oh, he's the head? Okay. Now this guy... Let's find something military. Like reduce war exhaustion, perhaps, although... Who really knows? Why is there a check mark next to that? The check mark here. These don't have check marks. They all have some kind of specific icon. The check mark's supposed to be some sort of specific icon? Oh. Oh, here's our, what type of action it is. Military is very good at expelling people. Migration attraction. If pops want to migrate to this location or away from it, right, but which one is positive and which one is negative? You need to explain a little bit more on so many of these tooltips. It's not any worse than before. It's the way it's always been. I mean, if it simply said, how many pops want to migrate to this location, end of statement, and right there, no or, just want to migrate to, then that's what I would assume the positive value meant. Therefore, negative would be moving away. But that's not what it says. It says moving to or away. Therefore, we don't know. And if I was to whatever. Increase control, yeah. Generally always. Well, that's not military. And converted progress, rebel breakdown, stabilize the country, strengthen the government. I think we can't do these. Yeah. Yeah, they're grayed out. Okay. Well, our stability wasn't that high. Let's stabilize the country. Why not? Did that get rid of one of our alerts? I don't know, but we'll get to our other guy doing the job too. He is great at admin. Local monthly development. I've always loved development. Encouraged migration. Yeah, here's, yeah. We positive numbers. People should be coming in. Although, can we point out it does not say immigration or... It does not say immigration or emigration. It just says migration. Out control. Or development. Let's develop. Okay, and development showing us the average development and population. Our capital begins with a V. And, yep, it does not even have our highest development. The Via looks to be the highest development. 23 in Cadiz. Yep. Valladolid has 204,000 population though, which is smaller than many others. Sorry, yes, Sevilla, Segovia. Anything over 230? Sevilla 234. Sevilla seems to be our highest development. I'm gonna make our best even better. We're currently at our maximum capacity of diplomats, which we can use on diplomatic actions. Oh, right. Is that up on top? Do we got doves? How do we know 5's our max? Diplomatic capacity. We're over capacity, actually. Can you go make friends with Portugal? Relations, actions, that's all right. Morocco's our rival. Morocco and... Oh, enemy means they've rivaled us, right? It's going to take me forever to redefine what an enemy means. Opinion being improved. Yeah. Are improving. This is the opposite of enemy. Papal states are trying to make us their friend. Good. England. Naples. Aragon. Right. Denmark. Sweden. Mallorca. And they got a lot of property. They got some land in near Navarre there on the coast, and a bit in France around Nice. I mean, they happen to tell me. It's Montpellier, but where is Nice and Marseille? I think Nice is more over there. What did I say? Nice and Marseille. Excuse me. Yeah, there's Montpellier. Yeah, Nice is way over. Oh. Yeah, way over. On the other side of the hump in Provence. Yeah, there it is. Alright. Wasn't sure it's a province or not. And Marseille is on the other side of the hump. Okay. Yeah, it's not even. Not even close. I wasn't thinking about the actual borders of France, which of course are way further over here. Mm-hmm. But yeah, at least I was remembering right. Nice is east of Marseille. Nice is closer to Italy. All right. What brought that up? Oh, diplomatic actions. Oh, the whole thing that Mallorca has property in Montpellier. I don't know how to say it. Montpellier. 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 Ba-dum-bum-bum. And Scotland is trying to get along with us. That's current relations. Manage subjects, create subjects. I mean, I'll click the button. Historical subjects, 2 available. Oh, we can create Lyon and Galicia. Nice. If they were low control, we might want to do that. Something, something. Custom subjects. 44 are available. Benevento. What's the Bena country in Naples called? Benevento? Somewhere. Oh, yes, extraterritorial. I admitted I had no clue what that might mean. A country that exists by virtue of its buildings and does not need to own entire locations. For example, please tell me. I was wondering about the Holy See. I mean, the Vatican. I mean, do you own one church and therefore that's enough? I don't know. How do I see his subjects? I wouldn't expect him to have any subjects. Who would I expect to have some subjects? Possibly France. Yeah, this kind of stuff. International rivals, enemies, subjects. Yeah, Normandy. Normandy is an appanage. Whoa. Oh, that wasn't even blue, but it gives me a tooltip. Okay. Increases prestige. It's a branch, the cadet branch of your dynasty. A vassal. Oh, and that's what the icon... The pawns are vassals. Well, the fleur-de-lis is a cadet branch. But I can't imagine it necessarily be a fleur-de-lis for other people. Okay, England has Aquitaine, the Pale, and Durham. These are different icons. Aquitaine is a fiefdom. Is a fiefdom... I mean, that looks kind of far away. Is that extraterrestrial? What do you call them? No. Oh, it's a junior title from our leader. Not sure I understand it in the terms of this game. Apparently, Crusader Kings 2 does that aspect a lot more complexly. And of course, I understand it in Crusader Kings, but they'd be a straight up vassal. Why they're a fiefdom, I don't know. Do. Anyway, we'll figure it out sooner or later. Durham's a vassal. Aragon? Oh, Mallorca's under Aragon as a vassal. Castile. Nope, we don't got nobody. Portugal? Okay. I mean, check these guys, Morocco and Grenada. Morocco... Yes. Ah, okay. Grenada. So, I'm just trying to figure out what an extra whatever it called it, vassal might be. Subject, that is. Naples? Where do you got? Those are both vassals. Oh, Albania does exist. I was looking for that earlier. We were talking about it. Very tiny. And Akia. I was wondering about... Speaking of which, I think Provence used to be very powerful. I wanted to check the Papal States. They do. They have a subject. Papal States can have subjects. That bodes well. Faenza? That's vassal. Okay. Genoa, because of the Crimea land. Probably doesn't have it. Wait, this isn't the same type of screen. Whoa, we're getting weird screens. Switch back to this tab. That doesn't even have, no, we were on the right tab. Diplomacy. Relations. Okay. It's on actions instead of relations. But apparently they got nothing going on. Just wondering that somebody that might have an exclave for territory. No idea. Well, as Byzantium's got to be huge, right? Oh, the Ottomans are that tiny? Nice. Nice. That makes it an interesting start now. Lots of new campaigns over here. Byzantine. Yes. No. This one. It's just a regular vassal. Epirus. Okay. Mamluks, sure. 3 vassals? Oh, +8. What the heck? Chiefdom of Mecca. Minor Beylik of Eucalderus. Dids. Chiefdom of Al-Fadl. Minor Beylik of Dojer. Chiefdom of Medina. Chiefdom of Barca. Chiefdom of Almira. Chiefdom of Al-Ali. Maybe? Yeah, that's the last letter is I with a horizontal line over it. Minor tribe of Banu Khans. County of Kills. Chiefdom of... Okay, now I realize I didn't maybe look at another one. Who had 3 earlier? France has +35. That's what I was expecting. Thank you. Oh. And several of them are cadet branches. With mostly vassals. Okay. But no icons that we didn't recognize. Did England actually have that many? He's also +3. But no new icon. What were they again? Vassals, fiefdom, and... I don't remember. Dominion. We didn't look up the definition of that, but okay. Well, let's go with a horde. Do hordes work this way? Yep, they got 15 subjects. Tributary? That's a word, yes. I guessed it right. Remembered it right. So there is an S term I was thinking of about a subject. We still haven't seen it yet. Hungary could certainly be doing their own thing, but they probably Consolidated by now. See. Yeah, they just got one vassal. That is Bosnia. What's that icon? Oh, truces. Thought it was more of a chili pepper rather than a laurel wreath. I don't know much about these guys going on in Delhi. He's got 3. These are different icons. Oh, that's Manta. It's a subject specific to countries with the feudalism advance, unique to Indians. A feudal vassal. In many ways, mirror a normal vassal. Okay, we can stop. Who were the last Persians? No, what are Injuids? Vassal. Why did she, yeah, why is it on action sometimes and other times not? Could it? Who is what? Where? Albania is the subject of Naples. If I click on Albania, see, that's not showing me a ruler because theory, they're a subject. But we're back to the Crown of Castile. I don't get... Diplomacy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Albania has 4 vassals. But Albania is a subject of Naples. Did not imagine that was going to be a thing. Multiple levels of subjugation hierarchy. Anyway, I'm still not going to figure out what the extra thing is. Move on. Welcome to Europa Universalis 5. Starting advice for Castile. You read the starting hint. I'm sure we did, right? Build roads. Subjugate Granada. Plus Ultra. We have read this, but it's still there. Explorers tell of wealth beyond measure from their expeditions to India, right? Yep. Expand. But again, subjugate Granada. Let me read this again, because remember, I thought they were telling us to diplomatically subjugate them, sort of. Even if we're not in a position to own their land very effectively. See, I think we could own their land very effectively, so I don't understand the premise. But we could make Granada our subject. They would rule the land on our behalf and pay monthly tribute into our treasury. We can consider annexing them once our infrastructure and technology have developed enough to allow owning the land directly. In order to annex a subject rule, they have to ruled over them for more than 10 years and enjoy good relations for him. But define subjugate here. You're trying to give me a hint. You need to be more blunt, apparently. Does subjugate mean declare war on? I don't even know where the war button is. Here we go. We are stronger on land and water. I think they should say Army comparison and Navy comparison. Not land versus naval. Again, for complementary terms, they should be parallel. You know, we have colloquial saying, you know, you rule by land, air, and sea. We're not doing air yet. So it's either say land comparison and sea comparison, or Army comparison, Navy comparison, in my opinion. Okay, well, I did want to get into a fight before wrapping it up, but it took me way too long, and we're barely... At most, I could have envisioned 2 hours in the tutorial, because it said it was short. It makes me think more like an hour, and that it took 6 hours. It's crazy. But if I'd been able to spend the last 4 hours doing clearing out our alerts and just learning how I normally would, we might have gotten further along by now, but I think we got to wrap it up. Also, am I in an Iron Man mode or not? I click on achievements, it doesn't... Well, show possible is 0. So we're probably not even in Iron Man mode. I probably got to start over. But we saved it, right? Do it again. Did our frames start to drop again? I think our frames are dropping just as time moves on. And just to say, hours running the game moves on, because we have not advanced another day yet in the past 2 hours. Yeah, when we reload, we're going to reload, and we're going to get our frames back, aren't we? Doesn't take that long to reload. A little while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No more than 30 seconds. Alright, longer than I thought. More than a minute. Yeah. Making sure we did save it and this everything's been done. Where is our cabinet? Got 2 people appointed. Yep, yep. But our frames 56, 60. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Oh, we got troops on. I haven't seen any troops yet. Oh, what? Oh, well, it's in fog of war, I guess. Well, no, it should be in. I don't know why I can see troops suddenly. But since this is the first time we've seen units, I'm not surprised to lose a few frames. But I can't see units? Am I not in the right map mode? Why did I never see units before? Also, just, I think in context of all the games, I haven't raised troops. Why are troops raised? Huh. Well, maybe that's exactly what I'm saying. Let's go to bed. Feel things. Feel later. Tomorrow. Well, today. Just later. I'm looking for somebody to raid. I've got one motorsport streamer to raid, but I don't think most of our viewers came from motorsport. So I haven't met anybody in the EU5 community. Mostly just reading their tags to see what strikes me. Oh, I can't read anybody that big. Let me refresh this once. Because the one guy says starting soon. Maybe we'll hit them after After actually started. No. Track this guy, perhaps?
Now we should get at the proximity patrol. Yeah.
Somebody's playing Hungary, I guess? No. Taking way too long. Yeah, I didn't even check if I actually have viewers. I do. Okay. They're busy in chat. Oh, it's not blocking spammers. That's all he has in chat. I don't know. We'll find out if he talks or not the hard way. I spent a long enough time looking at somebody. So, go see his Norway playthrough, was it? Is that Borat? Right now. Have a good night, everybody. See you in a few hours. It might be a lot of hours.